The profile picture has quite an old story. It was actually created in 2013. Like me and my friends, I think we were like when I was in university, I think. We had this like big poster, it was like a big gay poster, so we just flipped it and just started like drawing and like doodled like just drawing shit all over it. And my mate drew that as a sort of like caricature of me. And so that's just what I settled on to be the profile picture. I've like up-resed it with like AI recently. So what have we got today? So I've got a few things I kind of like want to check out. I came across this like playlist of these old school Alex Jones documentary. You're smoking the back then, big time, yeah. It was heavy duty stuff. Probably lost like 7 or 8 IQ points at the very, very least. But you know, that's probably for the best. If your IQ is too high, then you just kind of lose your mind at the end of the day. So I need to make myself more retarded. So a few of these Alex Jones one, the police state FEMA one looks good. I've not seen it. I don't know how old it actually is. It says like 15 years ago, but who knows how long that actually is. Yeah, the old school Alex Jones is pretty cool stuff. There's this old Mark Collette documentary. I think it was Channel 4, I want to say. Was it Channel 4 that did it? The BBC? It was like a hit piece on him like very, very long time ago. And then I came across this video. Yeah, with Russell Brand. It does say it's got Tubular Bells in it, which is a bit of annoying for copyright, but I can just pause when that comes on. And another video, this just came up in my recommended feed. A small channel called All Serious Subjects, 3,000 subscribers. And it just says what's going on with Nick Fuentes. So I'm not sure if this is like a glaze of Nick. Is it a critique? Is it just a review of Nick? But these sort of things can be quite interesting. Looks like it's covering Who's Nick Fuentes, soft launch. It looks like it's just actually covering his, you know, quote-unquote generational run. So if we're like lost of stuff to watch, we can maybe come back to that. But I think maybe the Alex Jones stuff could be quite funny. They don't have the Bohemian Grove documentary, or that Bohemian Grove documentary. I showed one of my friends that way back in the day. He was very apolitical, still very apolitical. And it was back in the day, you know, a night of heavy smoking. And it was that last scene of the Bohemian Grove, which if nobody's seen it, maybe I'll just bring up a quick bit of it now. Well, let me move my green juice. If no one sees this. And of course you can't... Why is it all just YouTube shorts? What is this pish? Oldest Alex Jones you've heard of from the late 1999. Yeah, his early stuff was kind of like, it's like a cozy level of conspiratorial stuff where it's kind of what you hear a lot of boomers say today. Alex Jones was saying that back like 25 years ago. But a lot has happened, a lot more has been uncovered. Because I do like Alex Jones a lot, he's great. But I'm always a little bit suspicious of him. You know, I think he, like Tucker Carlson, has... I think Alex Jones' dad was in the CIA, I want to say, as well. Let's pause that. This footage here is probably so grainy and shit, there's probably no point seeing it. Yeah, that's hard footage. Imagine secretly trying to record something back in like early 2000s. It's not as if you could just whip out your phone. This is like... Is it just a big LARP? You know what I mean? Is this just all the huge LARP? Or is there something more kind of sinister at foot? Because I bought this book the other day. Because I saw this documentary with this guy. No, not a documentary, it's like a random interview that came up. It's all kind of like about a masonry beyond the light. It was kind of like his... Apparently a Mormon guy got involved with Freemasonry. And essentially, this is his ascent out of Mormonism and Freemasonry. He saw Mormonism as a sort of like occultic Christianity. There's evil, Masonry is all evil shit as well. So I'm quite interested because I've read quite a few things about kind of like Mason. Let me grab this shit actually. Bear with me. Because I was quite interested after I watched a few Robert Sefra videos. I was interested in kind of like esoteric kind of wisdom and stuff. So I bought this book a while ago, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. It's got pictures as well, trippy pictures. So it's a good kind of like overview of, I guess, secret societies and that kind of stuff. Easy to read, unlike the other kind of stuff that's just like unnecessarily dense, and you know they try to like trick you, or they're trying to like make things purposely obfuscated to seem more mysterious. So Manly P. Hall, Secret Teaching of All Ages, a good overview to get a general understanding of what things are about. But it makes it seem quite innocent of what the stuff is. I guess it's so surface level in many ways, while I think this book leads into how these secret societies have been like inverted. Maybe they were inverted to begin with, but going along the lens that they lead to kind of the, I guess, the sort of satanic, really kind of ritualistic, you know, child harvesting, that kind of stuff. I'm not really sure what to make of it. The only other kind of weird occultic book I wanted to learn about, where is it? Because once I got into like tradition with Julius Evola and René Guénon, that was a bit more like, you know, grounded and a bit more kind of made more sense. The other stuff is just unnecessarily spooky for no reason. Here it is. This is a fucking book. Check this out. I know I've not read all of it, but I've skimmed some of it. It's the Secret Doctrine. You see that? It's like Helena Blavatsky, who's a bit of a charlatan, I think. It's an interesting book, but what puts me off, she says stuff like, oh, I can't actually disclose or talk about this now because it's too mysterious, I can't tell you. And you're like, just shut the fuck up, bitch. Can you just tell me what the fuck's going on? It's kind of like perennialism, but it's kind of, it is classic new age kind of like nonsense. There's going to be like weaves of kind of like tradition in there, but I think Julius Evola and René Guénon just hated this stuff. I mean, check out the, it's got an interesting logo, you know, I think. Look at that. And then one at the bottom. Where is it? Cosmogenesis and anthropogenesis. It's just not really worth your time. I would not recommend. I mean, it's interesting, but you know, so is like 2001: Space Odyssey, and I don't claim to understand that. Yeah, it's exactly. She's like, yeah, I need to make that part of the story up. It's not quite. I haven't quite. You know, it's like when you. It's like when George R. R. Martin, you know, invents the Song of Ice and Fire. He's like inventing the lore, and people ask him very nuanced questions about stuff, and he gives a sort of a vague answer, and it's just like he just hasn't made it up yet, which is fair enough. So yeah. So what I'm thinking is somebody recommended or somebody mentioned this game. And I saw this when I was a young boy, and I thought this is a badass looking game, but never actually played it. And I think it'd be quite good just to play in the background. Because again, I feel like when I play games, it has to be something I can actually do and pay attention, occasionally look at chat and stuff. So I have to kind of balance that out. So we'll play a little bit of this. I've only played it for like 1 minute just to see if it runs. It does, of course. And yeah, I'm interested to see what old school Alex Jones has to say. I'm considering the what do you think, guys? I mean, maybe do a wee poll, actually, for which one we want to do. How to do poll? So we're going to do Rise of Fema. I think Fema one's probably what I would vote for. Fall of the Republic. Because I think the FEMA one, that's all about how he's kind of like, you know, people kind of like fake events and stuff like that. Invisible Empire, that could be one. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, what do we think? Yeah, when I was looking at other kind of like games to play and stuff, it had to be stuff that I could be in picture mode, kind of like this, so I can have other half of the screen to be me and the video. Some games like it, some games don't. It has to have like a windowed mode, so it's a little bit awkward. So far, Fall of the Republic's winning. They're winning by quite a long shot, so let's dive into that then. Doom, 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 doom. Fall of the Republic. I want to avoid like the one he talks about like fascism and stuff, because I don't think he understands fascism. Where the fuck is that one? Fall of the Republic. Am I blind? There we go. It's got Obama in it. There we go. Oh. Let me put this up here. There we go. Oh, that's way in. Might need to turn it up. Let me know if you need to turn up the
Infowars.com.
Let's see.
Human beings form habits. At some point in our lives, many of us realize that the lives we are living are not those which we have imagined, but rather lives reflecting others' imaginations, as if we have been unwitting actors in someone else's script. Are we acting out the artificial roles created by others who have successfully harnessed our minds through our habits? To answer that question, one must first learn how the minds of individuals can be harnessed by systems of psychological control.
I will be pausing a lot, and this is immediately this isn't already reminding me of a documentary I wanted to review, but it would immediately get flagged by copyright. It was called the Century of Self. It was all about how Freud and Edward Bernays and essentially these particular figures of this particular group, we'll say, how they're kind of like psychoanalysis and a way of kind of essentially programming humanity for marketing. And it created a sort of consumer culture we have. I wanted to break down that, because that was a 4-part series, but unfortunately I just get flagged by copyright. Maybe I could do it if I did some sort of like on Rumble, but it wouldn't get any views. I mean, that's the only thing I'm thinking about doing, like a paid, you know, oh yeah, check this out, because there's no point in putting all the effort into it and it's just going to be flagged by copyright, you know what I mean? So, but at a later date, I've got plenty of other stuff to make in the meantime.
The habits reflected by human beings in direct conflict with their needs to survive and thrive in this world. The enormous implications deter many of us from asking these simple questions and finding answers relevant to our daily lives.
If we don't resist all of the different information that comes our way and weigh it and use our own mind instead of what somebody else wants us to think, eventually society would become nothing more than automatons, robots.
The establishment
yes
it's protected itself
atomized individual
submit to the saturation indoctrination and adopt all its values. You can't get in.
Everyone needs to find out and really think about it. What is going too far? Because all of this is happening so fast, you need to be ahead of the game. They're ahead of the game.
Humans subjugate themselves to control because they're born into it. And the tyrants and the social engineers know how to incrementally begin to slowly ratchet up the manipulation, the domination, the oppression, so that people never really recognize it coming. It's the old analogy of the frog in the boiling pot. You throw a frog into a boiling pot, folks in Louisiana will tell you this, a bullfrog, he'll jump out. But if you put him in a cold pot, turn it on simmer, heat it up slow, he'll boil, and he'll never see it coming.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with group collectivism, and like, go back to John Dewey, you know, he hated the individual. He hated the rugged individualism of America.
This game's hard as fuck.
That. And Carnegie, very deeply involved in that. They even talk about getting rid of that, huh? And so I think that when you've been reduced to a member of the group, the collective, whether it's through sensitivity training that teachers have to go through, or whether, you know, it's in your own community, like we have a community-oriented policing system, you know, where they give you a medal if you do a good deed. Well, you know, you're part of the collective with the police.
I would say in the next 50 years, if large numbers of people don't become consciously resistant to the overall mind control exerted on society, we're going to see many more people who really truly resemble androids.
I don't know about you, you don't hear people use the word mind control anymore. I think that scares people away when you say there's like a mind control, because people just, they have to assume that they are not under any particular spell. Like, advertisement can't convince me anything like that. It's so I don't hear anyone say that anymore. To be, what's the expression they use now? Like subverted. I think that's the word people use these days instead.
People induce this themselves by looking out at the world and saying, it's too dangerous for me to tell the truth or to say what I really believe or express how I really feel. It's much better if I fabricate a completely synthetic personality that's going to sit back here and remain passive. That's how it works.
The idea of short-term gain, basically giving up freedoms. Giving up freedoms is never a good idea.
Since the dawn of time, small groups of human beings have instilled artificial circular limitations on the minds of their subjects through the procession of history. Traditionally, the limitations are imprinted on the servile population through a cunning use of language, instruction, and media for the purposes of conquest, social cohesion, and authoritative order by harnessing the human resources of the broad population. Human history reflects countless stories, regardless of what era you happen to live in, and the common thread throughout these stories is that of the struggle between the state, whatever its form, and the individual, the goal of which is to harness and subsume the individual, willingly or unwillingly, into its group collective.
The role of authority is a predatory system that sees the individual basically as a unit of energy. The first forms of mind control go back to prehistory. And you would simply have a priest class that developed technologies of herbs and medicine and had a value to the tribe. But pretty soon the priest class would start studying the sky and when there were solar and lunar eclipses, and would say, hey, the sun's not going to come back on this date unless you make me king, or unless...
I mean, I'm not sure about you guys, but see, when you see these sort of like documentaries and it talks about people being enslaved, and then oh fuck, I thought I did this one. I'm not doing it again. They talk about people being enslaved, and just show this like office work or people in factories. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody has to be in the factory, right? Somebody has to be in the farm. Somebody has to be serving you slop behind the counter. Somebody's got to do it, right?
Unless you give me total control. And the people would say, okay, we saw the eclipse when you said it was coming. You know, the snake god ate the sun of the moon. What do you want? I want your firstborn child. Sacrifice him to me. Every culture does that. Every culture at one time or another demands human sacrifice, because that's the state or the priest class demanding absolute, total fealty and submission to it.
Mind control has existed since the dawn of time. Only the methods have changed. Elites have always known, if I can control the minds of my people, I control them. Only the technology has changed. It's still the same program. It's never stopped.
Sun Tzu, within the...
But what if it's good programming? You know what I mean? Think about that. Like the video that I made the other day about the Murdoch one about propaganda. What if it's propaganda of a flavor that you really like? Is it that bad then? Former intelligence officers. I'm always a bit skeptical whenever I hear these guys talk. But let's see what he has to say.
The works of The Art of War talk about the fact that if you can understand your enemy so well to the level of where you can psych him out, basically defeat him before you put one boot on the battlefield, you've become a true master of your domain.
The Greek author Plato embedded several key characteristics of ruling groups in his monumental work known as The Republic. Therein, he introduces the term cybernetics as a description of steering the ship of state, emphasizing crowd control. Plato memorialized the essence of the scenario used to control individuals to this day, to make them part of the group or state. This is famous.
You lost me that Plato conceived of cybernetics. I mean, I've not read all of The Republic, I have to admit, but I've read some of it. And I didn't get the gist that it was all about, you know, the Cyberpunk 2027 devs. They were like, yeah, we were inspired by Plato's Republic in creating our universe. I don't think that was the case. And I gotta admit, this game is hard as fuck. The way the car controls, because I think when I played it for like 2 minutes beforehand, you got this like guy shouting in your ear of what to do, like a rally driver. So I'm just like winging this off of what I see. So forgive the bad gameplay.
Famously known as the allegory of the cave, a useful strategy which is emblematic of the history of mind control.
The idea of cybernetics first shows up in Plato's Republic, I believe it's book 6, and in the Greek original text it's read kybernetes, but you can easily discern how this word tied into cybernetics, the control of not only nations, but how the making of individuals into the collective that forms the nations came about.
As we've moved through history, every great leader has had to understand the potential of information, the potential of speech, the potential of words, the potential of books.
What is a citizen, if not someone willingly or unwillingly participating in the machinations of the state? How would we acquire the habits of citizenship without stimulus from the state and our response to it?
Attention! Attention!
Oh my fuck.
This is your beloved leader, Og the Exalted. There will be a special giant joy rally today at Og Memorial Stadium.
Oh, did I do it? Fucking hell. Medium left throttle, I'm trying. It passed me somehow in that one.
In an attempt to assist the state, a 14th century Italian named Niccolo Machiavelli crafted several books intended to help the ruling elite dominate their subjects with the most effective psychological warfare techniques available to the world at that time.
And he was trying to convert the Medici family into hiring him to provide political advice. Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing.
I just figured it was more of like a, you know, it's political subterfuge and that kind of stuff. This is giving it a sort of an air of it being almost otherworldly, these forces, in a way. I'm not sure. But I'd love these kind of like, I love the themes of these documentaries. They're just so kind of like, they just kind of pull you in, even if you're not really that, you know, totally convinced or bang into right away. These are just so cozy just to watch. I can't believe I've not watched really any of these, but I've seen one or two back in the day. And like maybe once every 2 or 3 months I'll tune into Alex Jones just to maybe see what he's saying. And the most interesting thing about Alex Jones now is just the way he looks. You know, he's gone through so many like variations of himself. And now he's kind of like, he's like Ozempic maxing, isn't he? That's the rumor that I heard.
It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
Concurrent to Machiavelli's efforts, the consequences of tyranny were sowing the seeds of liberty throughout Europe, with authors like Etienne de la Boétie of France leading individuals to consider their situations and discover effective means to achieving liberty for all.
So this whole idea of Machiavelli telling the ruling elite how to do this in a more efficient and effective manner without people directly knowing about it. But his mistake is that these books get out there and other people start to read these books because it's not just the ruling elite. This starts to have an influence in Europe. You've got a character named Etienne de la Boétie, who writes a discourse on voluntary servitude. And basically what de la Boétie does is he shows you that everything that Machiavelli told the ruling elite about how to control you is undone when you understand it to the nuts and bolts level, where you can then withdraw your consent, and that only then are you free.
We control you. We control your mind.
I'll be honest, I read some of the Machiavellian's prints and I couldn't really get into it as much because I read Might is Right beforehand. And Might is Right makes Machiavellian stuff just look like playground stuff. Well, Might is Right is a Ragnar Redbeard. He's just saying, yeah, you should just kill and stomp on your enemies. It was like so ruthless. Otherwise, but Machiavellian's just a bit more subtle in his approach. But it didn't really hit me in the same way. People are like, oh yeah, it's super kind of like controversial. It's this, that, and the next thing. But it was just kind of like, I mean, it was interesting, as a sort of insight to the time, but it didn't really hit me the same way. Right, here we go. Not passed. What do I need to do? What's fucking going on here?
We make you believe you have no creative power. We make you forget you have imagination, which is the core capability from which you can invent your own reality.
The myriad components of collectivism combine to form a comprehensive system for transforming the individual into a cog within the machinery of the state.
My collectivism, oh no.
The first step is to remove self-reliance, thus creating dependence on the state or collective. The next step is to create a motivation based on fear of scarcity, as opposed to creativity and productivity. Remove the systems of autonomy, create...
That's one thing you gotta give the alt-right credit for in like 2016, 2017. Yes, it kind of fell apart after Charlottesville, but the one thing it did, the alt-right dismantled the fear of people who were right-wing to at least embrace some level of collectivism. The alt-right sowed that seed. And when you hear this kind of stuff, like the Stefan Molyneux-esque of like, all collectivism is evil, like Stefan Molyneux, he interpreted the Plato's Republic. Is it Plato's Republic or like the Last Days of Socrates, that book? He interpreted that as purely a battle of individualism versus collectivism. And I'm glad that we've been able to evolve past that lens, because it's interesting to talk about, this becoming a collective that makes you atomized, but by its very definition, to be hyper-individualistic, that in itself generates atomization, makes people these cogs in the machine, because they're not part of anything, they're just part of their own thing, which can then be taken advantage of. So I'm glad we're have been getting to evolve past that, and that's kind of like mainstream right-wing politics now, isn't it?
Creativity and self-teaching, which help create individuality in the first place, and the void is filled by the will of the collective. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the mind is no different. Innovative and enigmatic German philosopher of the 19th century,
Hegel.
Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, observed that human history could be manipulated to create a contrived outcome. Hegel's essential observations of the methods by which history may be authored by a small group translate into a world in which an individual's choices may be engineered away from his needs.
How to engineer the opinion of the American people so that they would fully endorse, not only endorse, but demand a war.
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh my God. Another plane has just hit. It hit another building. Flew right into the middle of it. Explosion.
So it's problem. The people then beg for it. That's reaction. And then it's solution, which is centralizing more control.
Create the problem. People scream. You couldn't impose any solution you want on people.
One recent practical example of the use of Hegel's method for control is that of the infamous underwear bomber.
I'm Kurt Haskell. I'm a Michigan attorney, and I'm more well known as being...
I've not heard of the underwear bombers. I'm interested to see what this is all about.
...the main eyewitness to the underwear bomber event on Christmas Day 2009. I saw two men approach the desk. One looked like a poor African man, or maybe late teenager, and one looked like a wealthier Indian-looking man who had on a tan suit. They were walking together, and I just thought they were a weird pair, and I was wondering why the two were together, and I listened to their conversation as they went up to the desk and talked to the airline worker. When they went up there, just the Indian man
flag
spoke,
in the
and he
background.
said, this man needs to get on the flight, but he doesn't have a passport. And then the airline worker said, well, he can't get on the flight without a passport. And then the Indian man kind of argued with her, saying, well, he's from Sudan, and we do this all the time.
The student from Nigeria smuggled explosives onto a flight in his underwear. Prosecutors staged a demonstration of what might have happened, but something went wrong. Abdul Muttalab's trousers burst into flames. Passengers and crew grabbed him. The plane landed safely.
The source has confirmed that Farouk Muttalab is the son of Alhaji Muttalab, former chairman of one of Nigeria's biggest, wealthiest and most respected banks, First Bank of Nigeria.
As soon as this happens, we see Mr. Chertoff all over the news and TV everywhere promoting these body scanning machines.
But there are a few things we could do to make things better. First, we could deploy the scanning machines that we currently are beginning to deploy in the U.S. that would give us the ability to see what someone has concealed underneath their clothing.
To meet agendas in conflict with the needs of individuals, the ruling class creates an artificial crisis to which the public reacts by begging for the ruling class.
Is that artificial? This random Nigerian and his Indian pal set his trousers on fire on an airplane. I mean, I'm more inclined to believe that they take advantage of a situation more than engineer certain things. Certain things are engineered, I wouldn't deny that. But imagine you're like part of this like secret society. Like, how are we going to like convince the public to embrace scanners in airports? It's like, let's send a Nigerian on the plane, set his trousers on fire. Just go with it. It makes no... That doesn't make any sense to me. They just, once it happened, then they could take advantage of it. But I don't think they engineered that. At least me hearing that one particular part of them retelling that of what happened, I don't think they engineered that specifically. I could be wrong, but my gut instinct suggests that happened because they were crazy.
Asked to intervene. The ruling class then enjoys the plunder made possible by removing the self-reliance from individuals.
Good morning, everybody. Today's hearing is the third in a series of subcommittee hearings focused on some of the causes and consequences of the 2008 financial crisis, a man-made economic assault on our country that is still foreclosing on homes, shuttering businesses, and driving unemployment.
The combined philosophies of Thomas Malthus, Charles Darwin, and Herbert Spencer led to the development of social Darwinism. Social Darwinism grafted the concept of the survival of the fittest onto the larger social framework. Claims of biological advantages or superiority could then be advanced as justification for future economic policy relating to the poor, and as the basis of Francis Galton's pseudoscience of eugenics in the 20th century.
So Darwin comes along about 150 years ago and comes out with his theories on where life comes from, and then it's...
Yeah, because Alex Jones, he's not a Darwinist in any particular way, is he? He's just, he sees him as like quite demonic, does he? I'm not so sure.
Survival of the fittest. And that the best organisms are able to survive in a competitive environment and move forward in the evolutionary chain. And whether that theory is correct or partially correct or totally wrong is a side issue. The robber barons, the British royalty, the J.P. Morgans of the world publicly adopted the idea of Darwinism and merged it with predatory eugenics.
And the eugenicists, who have always been looking for scientific causes to justify their sinning, if you will, that's what they found so useful in Darwin's work, is they said, we've already had this belief system that we're better than you, but we now have science to back it up.
Our entire current civilization, what we know as globalism, the New World Order, is based on eugenics scientists that developed their theories in the last 200 years, mainly in England, Germany, and the United States. The entire science of genetics, biometrics, eugenics, computers, all of it came out of the search for a system of total control.
I'll be honest with you, where I live, there's a quite deprived area where I go to, where my gym is. And because I'm not working these days, I get to go to the gym during non-working hours. And when I walk through that particular part of town, and you see the people walking around, apart from the old who don't count, and maybe the disabled, because there's a lot of people, a lot of them, you know, when it's, you know, not working hours. Every other normal person, quote unquote, in my brain, you're just screaming the word like eugenics, or like, I mean, dysgenics. It's I don't know what is in the water in some of these places in Scotland, but some of these people, you don't really notice it until you go on holiday. I went on holiday to like Greece with my girlfriend, and I was like looking around, and these people, you know, I was like, why is everyone so like beautiful? And then when I came back here, it's like everyone looks like a fucking, like, they could be casted in Lord of the Rings with like no makeup as the orcs. It is really, really bizarre. But I guess it's just, you know, maybe some other factors are at play, but there's definitely some better specimens on the planet than others. That's my hot take of the day.
Over humanity.
So the issue with eugenics is it claims to be a science of self-adaptation for human species. So it sounds like a great thing if you're an individual. You want to make yourself better. If you reproduce, you want your kids to be strong and survive. However, the people who are doing it are taking and making a bunch of decisions for other people and violating volition and their free will all over the place because that's their modus operandi.
In his 1928 book, The Open Conspiracy, former British psychological warfare expert H.G. Wells wrote, "The political world of the open conspiracy must weaken, efface, incorporate, and supersede existing governments. The character of the open conspiracy will then be plainly displayed. It will be a world religion. This large, loose, assimilatory mass of groups and societies will definitely and obviously attempt to swallow up the entire population of the world and become a new human community. The immediate task before all people, a planned world state, is appearing as 1,000 points of light, but generations of propaganda and education may have to precede it."
The government of England put massive funding towards the study of humans, and not just medicine, but human behavior. And so all the sciences that the British Empire used on countries that it was attacking and regions it was...
I think a lot of things are actually somewhat true in the documentary, what's been said. It's just not it's just not came to be in the flavour that what Alex is describing, because he's showing kind of the, you know, Germans of the 1940s and things like that. But what we have now, have you seen that Yuval Noah Harari, the bald kind of Israeli guy, glasses? He's kind of like peddled around. He's wrote a lot of books that normies read. He's written the 21 lessons for the 21st century, Homo Deus, Homo sapiens. He wrote that as well. And his thesis is, as we progress and humanity becomes more, you know, in line with machines, essentially everything that Ted Kaczynski warned us of. You know, Noah Harari argues that because it's going to happen, he's the guy that's saying, you know, we should all just be, you know, fed with drugs and video games to, you know, because we don't need all these extra people around. That's the kind of the new world order, quote unquote, that is more plausible. That seems to be where things are going. Where do I fucking go actually here? I go over into here. And yes, I don't think it's going to be like super, you know, fascistic in a way. It's just going to be as I said, I think the way the future is going to go, it's not going to be some sort of downward spiral of decay. There's not going to be this massive civil war. It's not going to be this climatic moment. It's just going to slowly but surely evolve into the, you know, that Pixar film WALL-E? That's where things are going to go. It's going to be WALL-E. That's our future. It's pretty bleak.
Conquering were also turned inward against their own populations.
They gave me 3 stars for that one. How did I manage that?
Eric Blair, the British journalist and author who assumed the nom de plume of George Orwell, wrote the iconic dystopian novel 1984. In it, Orwell outlined a collectivist future governed by technocrats, in which a big brother totalitarian state maintains control of society through constant panopticon-inspired surveillance, fueled by a perpetual war and emboldened by both covert and overt forms of mind control and mass.
Yeah, Orwell had a lot of it spot on, I think. It's quite funny when people think about, you know, the telly screens that are in people's homes that can see them and listen to them all the time. And people would say that's not plausible. People wouldn't buy into that. People wouldn't have these screens in their home. But now people actually pay for the privilege of having this in their home whenever they talk to Alexa. And some retards still think, oh, it's not listening to you until you say Alexa. Which means it's always listening all the time, waiting for you to talk to it. What happened there? Ah, fucking bullshit. So, if anything, we're becoming more dystopian than Orwell ever imagined, because the technology that he predicted is actually way, way more advanced and sophisticated.
Persuasion.
The premise of the panopticon, it was a architectural design that was set up to maximize the power of surveillance. So if the prisoners didn't know, they could never tell if they were actually being watched at any one time, so they would have to assume that they were always being watched.
Through 1984, Orwell introduced the concept of newspeak into popular culture, a debased language structure that would suppress the ability of the masses to upset the power of the state by regulating their thoughts through an illusory police force known.
I've lost sound. What's going on here? Oh, what's going on here? Am I still live? Or are we frozen? Okay, bear with me. Let's just hold on. How long are we into the video? Let's see. We've crashed. Who knows if I'm still live? I check my phone because I can't actually see anything on my screen here. Let's see. I assume I'm still alive. We are still live. Bear with me. Display. Let's just make that black.
Been able to raise
Whoa,
our standard of
what happened there?
without sacrificing the spiritual side of life.
What the fuck's going on? We're live. Okay, I think I'm back. We just had a bit of a... They don't want me to see this 16-year-old documentary because they know it has the truth and they don't have the power to take it down.
Life, which means so much to the American family.
Thomas Henry Huxley, the man known as Darwin's bulldog, produced a number of grandchildren,
Well done.
the two best known and most influential being Julian and Aldous Huxley.
Where the fuck is
Sir
that sound coming
Julian
from?
Huxley, an evolutionary biologist, was elected as the first
I legit
Director
have no idea
General
where the
of the
fuck that
United
sound's coming from.
Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization, and also served as both vice president and...
Right, I had to fucking put that to sleep. I'll be back in a moment.
And a handful of
tyrannical structure.
Okay. Picture in picture. Let me just add a display capture. The screen. My webcam even on? I can't even see myself in the webcam now. It's almost 5 in the morning. It's... Where are you? He must be in the, what, west coast? Or in the middle? But no cam. Hold on a second. Let me just keep this playing. Let me fix this in the background. Bear with me.
As the meanings of the words change, the meaning in society is lost.
And fortunately, we have been able to raise our standard of living without sacrificing the spiritual side of life, which means so much to the American family.
Thomas Henry Huxley, the man known as Darwin's bulldog, produced a number of grandchildren, the two best known and most influential being Julian and Aldous Huxley. Sir Julian Huxley, an evolutionary biologist, was elected.
I think we're back now. We're back in business. What do you guys think? Aldous Huxley? Hold on, I've got both of them here actually. I've got... Oh, where the fuck is it actually? Here we go. I've got this one and... Okay. We'll do a poll. Are we Brave New World fans or are we 1984 fans? Huxley or Orwell?
As the first Director General of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, and also served as both Vice President and President of the British Eugenics Society.
So the Huxley family is highly interesting because T.H. Huxley is the teacher over H.G. Wells who becomes a famous protege. But Huxley's whole family is not only intermarried and working on these eugenics ideas themselves, but they have, he has a famous son and grandson and all sorts of famous cousins that tie into the Darwin Wedgwood family. So notably, you have Aldous Huxley, who coins the phrase Brave New World in 1932 with his novel, which is really describing a technocratic future by which people are pharmaceutically drugged into loving their servitude.
I think what is going to happen in the future...
That sounds more like what we have, actually.
Find, as the old saying goes, that you can do everything with bayonets except sit on them. But if you want to preserve your power indefinitely, you have to get the consent of the ruled. And this they will do.
Holy fuck, this car's hard to drive.
Drugs, as I foresaw in...
Yeah, the Brave New World, he talks about Soma, which... I think Soma actually is some sort of like crazy painkiller people can take. But I think the modern day Soma is... I suppose you could say like opiates, like opiate pills, what pharmacies prescribe you. But I think in general it's probably weed. Weed is probably the new Soma. Because while it doesn't necessarily like make you as... like, it's not as, it's very different to opiates. It still has the effect of making you satisfied with doing nothing. That's the biggest, that's the biggest thing that weed has that people don't really talk about. Because I think people will always talk about weed being, it's cool, you can do it whenever, it's not addictive. As someone who has smoked a lot, I'll say the worst part about it is it makes you content with doing nothing. And I think the reason why people find it hard to quit is because the time they have that they would have otherwise wasted is now a lot more available to them. So if you are smoking a lot and you want to quit, have a plan. What do you want to do with your time that you have? Because you're going to have a lot more of it. And weed's just a boredom thing. It's like what fat people eat stuff. You know, fat people eat because they get bored. People smoke weed because they get bored. They do it because it's habitual behavior. I'm doing terrible in this. I know people sometimes say it's psychologically addictive, but I don't think that's the case either. It's just pure boredom and habitual behavior. Like, was it maybe a year ago I went through a phase of just like doing it again? Because I was just like, I was hating my job and just wanted to... And knowing that I was planning to quit eventually, knowing I was going on traveling, I thought I need to kind of just like, you know, what's the best way to autopilot this? You know, you ever play like Elder Scrolls Oblivion? You don't want to travel from one part of the map to the other. You just want to like fast travel. You just want that loading screen of just going like that, and then you're there. That was my kind of like plan. I would just be like, I'll just, you know, come home, take the dog out, smoke in the evening, just not do all that much. It would just be, you know, a way to fast travel my life until I quit my job. And quitting was actually really easy, because people sometimes say, you know, it's like when people are fat and they don't know how to lose weight. You know, if your fridge is full of shit, you're going to eat all the stuff. And it's the same thing if you buy weed. If you buy weed, you're going to smoke it. If you don't buy it, you're not going to smoke it. I don't agree with the mentality, you know, if you're like, what, you know, today's the day to change, you know, flush it down the toilet. It's like, nah, just fucking smoke what you've got left and never touch it again. And you'll be totally fine. Just start reading more, go to the gym more, take that more seriously. And I think the only side effect that's like, I would even call it a negative side effect, necessarily, is your dreams become extremely vivid. Like, frighteningly vivid sometimes. Like, you go to bed, and it's almost as if the same feeling you have is like before you get on a roller coaster. It's like you get into bed, you know you're going to go on some sort of pretty insane journey in some way. But that's only because you've been numbing that level of consciousness for so long, that's never been able to express itself for so long, and so it kind of like explodes outwardly. And you know, that lasts probably a good few months, I must say. Hold on. Okay.
In Brave New World, partly by these new techniques of propaganda. They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery. I mean, I think this is the danger, that actually people may be in some ways happy under the new regime, but they will be happy in a situation where they oughtn't to be happy.
Leveraging the fact that the 20th century opened up numerous avenues for shaping and controlling the thoughts and behaviors of the population, the ruling elite contrived new ways of obscuring useful facts while peddling useless ideas to the American people. Advertising, in addition to fundamental changes in education, produced a population of non-thinkers whose false understanding of basic concepts instilled through public schooling.
God, that's so true. People can't even know what a clock is. You know, it's insane. People, I mean, this is not an original thought. When people say, fuck, I should have went through that gap there. When people say, like, you know, we have this, like, unlimited information at our hands, but no one knows how to actually use it, and everyone's becoming dumber. And you can see it in real time. You can literally see it in real time with, like, AI. When anyone says anything, they just, Grok, is this true? Grok, can you tell me if this is true? Like, have a fucking think to yourself. People are outsourcing their brain capacity. They're outsourcing their own thinking to a machine now. They don't actually think. They're outsourcing everything that goes on up here. At least it's not been outsourced to India, but still.
Led to generations of people who feel they are magically endowed with the ability to somehow attain knowledge without first observing the landscape of available, credible evidence. One such artifact of credible evidence which demonstrates that our lives are being scripted by the ruling class is a 1966 textbook authored by Georgetown professor Dr. Carroll Quigley, titled Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time. In it, Quigley details a secret society, partially funded by central banker Lord Rothschild, enacted by Cecil Rhodes and led by Lord Alfred Milner, and the Round Table Journal of International Affairs,
Guys,
which
cool
Quigley
with
termed
anti-Semitism.
the Milner Group.
I mean, Alex
The
Jones
first
cool.
questions
No one
most
in the
people
chat's been.
ask upon hearing of such a book are,
How do they talk about the
why is it
Rothschilds
so
like that?
important? And why do so few know about its existence?
This is a key book. It's almost like the Rosetta Stone to decode everything they're doing. It's over 1,000 pages long with incredible, documentation in the bibliography of how this ruling elite based out of Britain is using a full spectrum dominance model.
He's going full
to
on
fund
the
the
British,
communists,
isn't he?
to fund the fascists, to fund the Democrats, to fund the Republicans.
Not the Democrats.
So that there looks like there's a choice, but everything really is moving towards collectivism for the general
there we go.
public, while the elite themselves are exempt from all their own rules.
These are the ideas of people who plunder that care not about laws or boundaries or nations or your rights. They see might makes right. And so when Cecil Rhodes goes in and creates Rhodesia, and you have South Africa and the De Beers whole cartel of diamonds and gold, and then you look at who Cecil Rhodes left his will to, who funded him to go down there and do that, you keep coming back to the historical central bankers that have been manipulating world events as we've been taught them for at least since the beginning of our country. 1776, 1790 is when they start to gain a foothold. They then come over in the 1820s, 1830s, 1840s, pre-Civil War, gain a stronger foothold. And by the end of the Civil War, we're completely switched over to a system that we had fought 60 years before to overthrow.
Once the power structure got all the best and brightest students of the world and put them through Rhodes Scholar type programs, not just in England, but in other nations, they could then control the brain trust and have a fully programmed new generation to take control of the governmental, corporate, and media systems to carry out the program.
Their goal was to dominate all of those major power centers quietly behind the scenes. And by moving the leadership in a certain direction, then they knew that they could control the masses without the masses even knowing that they're being dominated and led by a very small, powerful elite group.
In further pursuit of the science of controlling human resources.
I think that's also just why, I think it's something that Jonathan Bowden said, you need to have, the elites need to have that level of the ability to rally up people, because the people are apparently in charge, because we get to vote in people. Because back in the day, when the elites went to war, they would just fight one another, they'd be removed, someone would be executed. But the peasantry, people would just carry on their day-to-day. So in order to get people to fight in Iraq, you have to rally them up. But I think now, going to war in the Middle East now, that seemed like something that was just always going to happen again and again. But I think it's very, very, I think they maybe overplayed their hand. How would they expect people in the West, the Western stock, to fight in any sort of conflict now? I feel like that's not part of, the plan, quote unquote. I feel like there's obviously factions and things at play, and, we are being subverted, but the undermining of the general native population of Western countries is led to, it's just led to people that are not willing to fight. And whenever you see those videos of interviewing random people in the street, you get the occasional white guy that'll say, yeah, I'll fight for my country. But every single foreigner's not going to fight for them. And I think if there was actually a conflict, it's not going to be, the Russians or the Chinese are on our shores, they're arriving in boats, we have to fight them. It's going to be some sort of proxy war where we're shipped off to some exotic part of the world people can't point out in the map. And we're not going to go. What about, conscription? I think you're just going to have too many people that are just going to say, yeah, try it. See what happens. I'm a fit, relatively young man, but would they conscript me, someone with my views, my political persuasion? I heard, either you say something super edgy, and they won't recruit you because they'll see you as a possible enemy of within, or you do what Ted Nugent did, the rock star Ted Nugent. Apparently during his Vietnam conscription, in the interview, apparently he shit himself on purpose just to show he wasn't cognitively ready for war, because he shot himself in the middle of an interview. So those are your two options when you're being conscripted. Shit yourself, or you say the N-word. One is easier than the other, and one probably has worse consequences as well. So we need to bear that in mind.
The last will and testament of Cecil Rhodes spawned the Pilgrim Society in both America and England, which created a global brain trust. Its goal? To assert global control by dividing its tasks into working groups, such as the Council on Foreign Relations, Bilderberg Group, and Trilateral Commission throughout the 20th century.
You see the interview with Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein literally talks about setting up the Trilateral Commission. So all these things are true. And it's like, this is when I think something what Fuentes said, where when everyone says everything's a conspiracy and everything's part of a plan, I think he makes a good point where there's various factions that play. If you imagine like they're playing chess, we're below playing checkers in a way. We're just kind of like mulling around while they're playing a much different game between themselves. So while there is conspiracy, there is things at play, there are things above us, it's not a grand conspiracy of like one dominating institution with a guy at the top who's essentially, you know, dictating how reality unfolds. It's not. Some people always try to look back to it. I think they do that because it makes it far easier to understand. Because while me and maybe some of you guys in the chat, we have a loose idea of what's happening, how things kind of work, how things lead into other things, how things overlap, but no one's ever going to claim they know it all. They know everything. Which I think is scary for some people, because they don't like the nuance of being unable to figure it out. And so they just they almost act as well poisoners. You know, when you go on X or 4chan back in the day, there's people who are saying something clever, something nuanced, something that could be a bit, you know, raising a few eyebrows. And you got some people who are just, you know, well poisoning, schizo dumping, and it just makes everything look really, really silly.
In more recent history, the long-held beliefs of the ruling class regarding control of the individual's body by the undermining of his mental abilities.
Just shit yourself. Yeah, trust me, it'll work.
By the technological breakthroughs of the 19th and 20th centuries. In the 19th century, the Prussian government conducted research into the study of how to make individuals compliant cogs in the machine of their conflict-based empire. Prussian psychologist Wilhelm Wundt determined that the individual human being has no soul and can thus be programmed like an automaton or robot.
You see, the social engineers don't need us under social Darwinism. We're scum to be removed. We are seen as nothing but biological androids or replicants from the Philip K. Dick book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, turned into Blade Runner.
That sounds like a good book.
We're just seen as dumbed down biological workers.
When individual identity has been forsaken, it is much easier to compartmentalize the minds of those being controlled. Various personages throughout history have described the human being as a machine, but it was the synergy amongst the work of Wilhelm Wundt, Ivan Pavlov, and many others, which scientifically quantified the individual as soulless, thus justifying manipulation to plunder individuals of their rights, transforming individuals into human resources.
Our system is copied from a 1819 Prussian system that's a three-tiered education system.
Man, this game is hard as fuck. The way the car controls, I was too used to playing. I've been playing a little bit of like San Andreas through the PS2 emulator and a bit of Burnout as well. And when you play a game that controls, the control's fine. It just feels very different. And it's just, it kind of feels like, you ever play that Super Meat Boy game back in the day, or one of those games where it's just like, you have to be like pitch perfect in your like platforming? I never really liked those sort of games. I was never very good at them. But this kind of feels like a driving version of that. So I'm actually kind of really digging this. I really kind of always kind of thought this game looked easy and kind of like silly, but it's almost kind of, I don't know, something about it is really, really good. So I'm glad whoever recommended it to me is, you know, you're a godsend. Finding an old PS2 gem from 2005, that doesn't happen very often these days for me. Play Flat Out 2. What's that one again? Is that the... I think I've heard of that one, Flat Out. Clardon 11, was it yourself? Thank you very much.
One tier is for the intellectual elite. The second tier is for the servers of the intellectual elite. They would be the professionals, the doctors, the lawyers. And the last tier is for the lay. It's for the masses.
Education, as we...
So I'm going to interrupt again, but he's describing a hierarchy. And in every society, when we all know this, hierarchies will form in every single way. I know, you know, the idea of like communism is to destroy hierarchy. But all it does is destroy the traditional hierarchy that already exists. Communism simply reconfigures into its own type of hierarchy. If you look at every communist society that's ever existed, it always reconfigures into another type of hierarchical system. So I kind of understand the point they're trying to make here, but it's still so stuck in the lens of my individualism. It overrides everything. But they just don't see, you know, without the collective, the individual has no reason to exist. Or did I actually beat this level finally? I thought that was a terrible, terrible run. So, how about that?
We know it is nothing more than mind control. It is the science of control. And the British scientists, the eugenicists, came up with systems to dumb people down and make them submissive. But the German model, in fact, namely the Prussian model that was designed...
What's the link, as on Clardon says, what's the link between schizophrenics and understanding esoteric knowledge? Why is that a thing? I don't know, I think it's hard to say, because that is a kind of like a schizo, kind of like stereotypical trait to understand kind of this kind of like, you know, if you imagine like Charles Carroll, you know, the guy from, we're reversing, how do I fucking reverse in this game? Hold on a second. Okay. Charles Carroll, like Sam Hyde's pal, he's kind of like a schizo vibe as well. I think it's just like what the allegory, what the Toast spoke about earlier, like Plato's cave. It's the there's some people that just want to like see through the veil. They don't just take things at face value in front of them. They want to look beyond. And I think that's a differentiating point. It's kind of the meme, you know, you see where there's NPCs. And there's only a certain level of like souls that exist. So a lot of NPCs don't have souls. But people who do have souls can still be like twisted and inverted. But those who want to like break free from that can try pierce through the veil, find higher truths, while everyone else is, you know, just like, they'll just reconfigure to whatever everyone else is doing, regardless of what's happening. I don't really claim to know much about it. I'm kind of like I'm like semi-schizo, I guess. I can understand Julius Evolus's writing. That's probably as schizo as I can get. Not all of his writing. Some of his books. I read one or two. I read the one that was like the his doctrine of awakening, his like take on Buddhism. God, I admit, I did not quite grasp that at first. I got like 50, 60 pages in, and I thought I'll just try this again later. And about 7 years have passed and I've not tried it again.
Designed to create soldiers that were owned by the state, but that were so brainwashed they were proud to go off and march into musket fire. That system, known as kindergarten, is the whole basis of modern Western education.
How do you measure the achievement of a nation?
Real schizos. They're just schizos.
If you want to know
That's the only
how
argument
we're
I've
really
got.
doing,
Their brains
take a
work
look at our
differently.
schools, or on what we're doing here and in schools throughout the world.
Also, schizos are like, one of their traits is to be super paranoid. You know, they're kind of like, you know, they think things are against them at all times. They're always looking out for stuff, so they're always trying to see patterns. So eventually you'll find the right pattern. But the reason why people get put off by the sort of schizo types is because they begin to see patterns in everything, and that's where it gets to well poisoning, where people just ignore it. And that's kind of where people just didn't really believe in Alex Jones all at the time. But he has become quite vindicated, hasn't he, over the past few years? People will look back on the stuff he said, and it's like, you know, we owe him a grand apology.
Rests not only our future fate, but perhaps the very fate of civilization itself.
Oh fuck, that was a bad start.
Building upon this dehumanization of individuals to the animal state of stimulus response, Russian researcher Ivan Pavlov and American researcher John B. Watson conducted experiments based on classical conditioning.
What the fuck are you talking about?
A simple manipulation of reflexes under observable conditions. These methods were then improved and perfected by Harvard psychologist B.F. Skinner.
B.F. Skinner was also one of these famous American behaviorists, and he championed something called operant conditioning. Again, just a fancy jargon term for some basic common sense. And operant conditioning was really all about negative reinforcements like timeouts, positive reinforcements like food pellets and money, and punishments, which are like punishment, shocks. This operant conditioning doesn't work so good on anti-authoritarians, people who challenge and resist authority. And later on, research has shown that operant conditioning works best on people who are dependent, infantilized, in other words, made like children.
When you ask yourself, as a teacher, as I have at the college level, what have I got that my students want? It's sometimes a pretty discouraging question, but you can discover things which will be reinforcing to students at any level. And that has been done. A great deal of progress has been made. There are things in an ordinary, even say a ghetto classroom, lower grades or high school, that can be used as reinforcers. You can have special foods at lunchtime, access to play space, privileges to associate with other kids of your choice. More and more of these things have been brought into play as...
It reminds me when I used to like work sometimes in my older jobs, to be like, oh, whoever like does the most XYZ gets to leave half an hour early. And everyone's like, gotta work hard. I just always felt like disincentivized. I always felt like as well, we're like, you're working away, it's a busy day, it's hot in the office. And then like one of the managers will come around with like a fucking bowl of sweets or something, or bowl of chocolates. So who wants a chocolate? It's like, I feel like a fucking, you know, I'm literally like a monkey on the, you know, doing my work, and someone's coming around to like give me a banana, just like, you know, a little bit of sugar just to keep me going. And that just always rubbed me the wrong way, even though they're trying to be nice and whatnot, but something about that just made me like, I did not enjoy that. That made me feel so like less than a human.
As the kinds of contrived reinforcers that can be used temporarily to get the kinds of behavior which will then eventually have their own natural consequences, which will be reinforcing.
One of the notable things that separates human beings from other inhabitants of this planet that we call animals
I'm playing with a controller,
is our
it's
ability
bad.
to form questions. And that allows us to remove ourselves from certain types of control. Now, animals are subject to many of the same sort of stimuli that can train and condition them to give you, you know, you can make a pigeon, according to Skinner, that appears to know how to read and respond to
Offices are
lexicons.
hot because of women. That is extremely profound what you just said there, Bacon Quagga, because that was the constant office debate that would never ever be solved under any circumstance, all the time. And in a few of the jobs, not necessarily the last job I've had, probably the one before that, is when you're working a job, let's say you're, let's say it's a fairly decent job, but you don't really plan to be there all your life. You think, I'm going to get, you know, do my stint of like a year, maybe 2, 3 max. I always say 2 years probably your max if you're thinking about using as a lift-off point. And if you're working with women who have been there for like over 10 years and are going to be there the rest of their lives, as much as you don't want to, you want to make sure you're never on their bad side. They will ruin you. They will ruin your entire experience of that job if they think you're like up to no good, or if they think you're a bad apple in some way, because they actually will take things to the next level. They will, all it takes is them being friendly with one of the managers, and you're fucked. You are fucked. And when I was managing, there was this guy who was in my team. He's like a year younger than me. Pretty nice guy. Proper like gym bro meathead sort of guy, like on TRT, big guy. And he managed to piss off every single middle-aged woman in that place. And I remember taking him aside once for like, you know, a chat. We're gonna have a quick chat. Here, can you unplug for a moment? I need to like have a quick chat with you. And I literally said, look mate, you work with these like menopausal old bitches. You need to shut the fuck up. Otherwise your time here is going to be very, very limited. He laughed, but he knew I was telling the truth. And well, let's just say he stuck about for an extra few months. He did leave eventually on his own accord. But he was always on very, very thin ice. He was on thin ice all the time. He just kind of knew where he could push it. But that's my advice to you guys if you're in that same situation. If you work with these sort of people, just shut the fuck up. You know, there's no point being bait in a place like this, or even kind of getting like argumentative. These people will just be argumentative over the most worthless shit that's just not worth your time. It's just gonna ruin your day. I've really fucked that one up here. Don't talk to me, Foyd. I would avoid saying that to them. They won't know what Foyd means, but as soon as they do, you'll be fucked. TRT cringe. I'm kind of on the fence about TRT. I thought about it in a way where, like, if you are low testosterone, then not being on TRT, you know, what's the negative consequences of having low testosterone as opposed to being on TRT? So I actually decided to do one of like the little tests, which failed. I had to go in to actually get it done by a nurse, which is fine. And it was only slightly above average for a guy in their 30s, which to me made me think like, well, the average guy in their 30s is probably low, because in your 30 it drops normally. And average for a man in the 21st century is like what a 7-year-old would be, maybe like in the Middle Ages. So I was pleased that it was slightly above average, not by much though. But then also a bit you know, what's the phrase? Kind of like I was a bit kind of like, well, there's really not much more I could do to make it any higher. You know, my sleep's great, my eating's good, got a good habit, good lifestyle. There's really not much more I can do to make it go up. So I'm kind of like a bit of a loss there. I guess I'll just... Oh, we 180 this one. Sorry, I'm talking too much piss here.
So it gives the appearance that the pigeon can read or that the fleas are trained, but really all you're doing is, you know, reinforcing a random schedule of conditioning, taking natural characteristics and harnessing them. So what you see in the 20th century, not only with the eugenics crowd and all these other things that we've talked about, what you see is they go after the root cause of humanity. The root cause of humanity is that we've learned to, you know, speak amongst ourselves, and we've learned to observe reality, remove contradictions, and get to that which exists. When somebody obscures that feedback loop between you observing and testing it out and verifying it, when someone obscures that, they can take total control of your awareness.
These methods of classical conditioning had advocates in other fields equally or more influential. Soon, the field of compulsory education would teem with the ideas first spelled by these social engineers.
These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told. Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact? Sit down.
And so we aren't surprised when...
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's bad for conditioning society, but see for like soldiers, If you're like leading an army, you need people of that mindset. Do not question anything. You need people who are just gonna do things unconditionally. So while I get what they're saying, there is still like a need for that in a way. You know, if you're like fighting a war, you don't want people like questioning orders. You need people who are just gonna be, you know, I'm just following orders. It's like, yeah, you're damn right you are. You better be.
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
The education our children are going to get has nothing to do with education. It is training our children to be resources, human resources, that's the way they refer to us, to spin off profits for the globalists.
The greatest barrier to discovery is not ignorance. It's the illusion of knowledge, and that's what the 15,000 hours in compulsory schooling really entrains and conditions into us, is that you've been told this story of the people in South America, and so you think you know about it. And it's not until later in life when you might come across more information about conquistadors and how Jesuits infiltrated all the religious systems and took all the riches out and basically harvested this whole area. And this is an example of plunder in South America that went on for hundreds of years. So until you have this other piece of information to bring this into focus, you think that what you're
even if you did teach that it was plundered by X people because of like some other nefarious reasons, I mean, again, that's almost like anti-colonial attitudes, what you hear the leftists say, you know, where we should be ashamed that we conquered people. I mean, I forget who it was. I remember seeing like a clip the other day, and it was something like, do you think the Turks in Turkey, do you think when they're sitting in Istanbul, do you think they sit around and go, guys, I feel kind of bad that this used to be Constantinople and we changed it for ourselves. Yeah, we should feel bad for that. They don't think like that. They don't give a fuck. You know, it's only us in the West where we need to feel bad for, you know, conquering and doing things like that. That's how history's made all the time. So I don't really get the point that they're trying to make here. That's normal. That's just what happens. Ottoman reparations, absolutely. I want reparations from the Ottomans. I want reparations from the Romans. The English, absolutely. I want the English to, even though, yeah, who else can I get reparations from? Somebody's got to give me reparations. I shared this thing in Telegram the other day. See if I can find this clip. Hold on. This is like good kind of reparation stuff here. See this? The trauma doesn't end. The third generation Holocaust families are still they're living with inherited psychological trauma. So they're still managing to grift generations down the line. Oh shit, play it.
Taught in public schooling during that 15,000 hours is really what's going on. And it's not until you bump up against reality, as George Orwell said, usually on a battlefield, that you have to consider that which you were taught to believe versus the objective evidence that exists.
Oh my lord, what's happening? Inherited psychological trauma, how's that even possible? Yeah, it makes you think what other sort of traits might be inherited. And that almost leads into it leads into stuff that liberals argue against, that there is, you know, like biology kind of like predetermines yourself as a person. I'm a big believer that the majority of you is just because of your biology. I would say it's maybe like 70%, 75%, while everything else is going to be your environment and the choices you make in life. Everything else is kind of like, you know, these are the cards you're played with. It's like when you play one of those like roguelike games, or when you're creating a character in a role-playing game. You know, these are the perks, these are your stats. You can't change them. They're predetermined. This is the character you have to play. There is no respawns. There is no try again. It's just one life, one game over. And some might argue that it's over before it began.
John Taylor Gatto was an award.
Voice to Skull is in the Epstein files. I'm not familiar with that. Voice to Skull. Not sure if I'm aware of that in any way.
Winning educator in New York who took kids that couldn't even read or write, were headed for prison, and made them top level students. And then he discovered that he was shut down by the big tax-free foundations so that he couldn't teach the children this information. And he discovered that it was by design that they were dumbing people down to make them subservient biological androids or replicants. That's what we're seen as. But now we're obsolete. We're to be phased down. The new robotic systems, the drone aircraft, the drone submarines, the drone ships, the drone robots on the ground. We're all being conditioned, all being acclimated for this.
In The Underground History of American Education, John Taylor Gatto details how, beginning in the early 19th century, American travelers abroad were writing on the methodology of Prussian schools and composing travelers' reports, which were very influential on educational techniques in the United States. However, in 1831, it was French philosopher and Minister of Education Victor Cousin who published his Report on the State of Public Instruction in Prussia.
It's true, like a lot of this sort of education, we all know this. I mean, that's just, I mean, again, this is not original thought. The education system is just so messed up now. With what you learn, you're not really learning, you're just wasting time, just been programmed in many, many ways. I think it was, it might have been Sargon of Akkad actually, he made a post about something about what kids back in the early 21st century, or late 20th century, their like syllabus of what they were expected to read and have like a critical analysis of. It is just like, you would not expect like a university undergrad to undergo the amount of reading they had to. So it's just amazing that the expectations are just so low now. And a big factor is because as a means to try and raise everybody up, you have to lower the bar down. And if you saw my video on ghetto schools in the 1960s in America, the same kind of like arguments I made are probably still applicable in most places in the UK now, where there's big demographic shifts, where it's just the type of education we have is not very transferable to other people. So you just have to make everyone else dumb. So everyone's on the same level now. Oh my god, speaking of being dumb, I am doing terrible in this one here. I've only got one strike though, so I think, or two. Let's keep going actually. Sand people. Something like that.
Which not only led to the consolidation of French schools under the Prussian model, but also directly influenced reformers like Horace Mann in the United States to follow suit. Mann traveled to Prussia and, without even seeing one classroom in session, sought to adopt the Prussian model of education with his annual reports given to the Massachusetts State Board of Education. Mann's promotion of the concept that the state is the father of children was reinforced and expanded by educational reformers throughout the 19th and 20th century.
When we speak about enculturated processes, when we talk about the imprinting, of course, I mentioned educators.
No.
One of the things that surprises a lot of people, and it shouldn't because it's publicly known, is that our education system is not about educating as much as it is about socializing. Like the duckling in the chicken yard. If you take that duckling and raise it with the chickens, it's going to be imprinted, it's going to behave like the chickens. And in that very real sense, we perpetuate this. The danger is we don't just perpetuate it, we don't just enculturate it, but it's the only sane way we see to raise our children. And the result is there's no escaping it.
C.S. Lewis said, when training, which is Skinner, Pavlov, beats education, civilization dies.
At Infowars.com.
Oh, fucking bullshit, I got that one.
Although education has proven to be highly effective in controlling human behavior, more intensive research would need to be conducted away from the prying eyes of the public.
The Tavistock Institute was set up by the British Empire to really study mind control and to scientifically drill down into human behavior and put in textbook form systems of basic control so that could be duplicated out to government and corporate entities. And Tavistock has been involved at every level of social engineering.
The Tavistock Clinic was founded in 1920 and operated as part of the Psychological Warfare Division of the British military. It was initially a voluntary outpatient clinic for treatment and research and was made up of general physicians, neurologists, and psychiatrists to facilitate the treatment of neurosis and shell-shocked British soldiers returning home from World War I.
Going through their own publications on Amazon, you can find that some of their books cost like $18,000, $20,000, and what that tells me is they don't want the average person to be anywhere near getting their hands on this book, because what it gives you inside those books is the teacher's edition, to use an abstraction, as opposed to the students sitting around the class not knowing what the answers to the questions are.
That was good.
There's a group of people who are being given the answers to all the questions about how we act, react, and how we've been understimulated with curiosity in order to make us more subordinative.
You could say much of our world today is the world of the Tavistock Institute and Edward Bernays.
Having been instrumental in the Tavistock Clinic and director of the Tavistock...
I wonder if you're going to Bernays or Freud or anything like in this, because when I was watching The Century Itself, that was the... Yeah, that was just the foundation of real programming us. Do I make any music? No, fortunately no. Got some cool music in my new video coming out, which should be released today at 7 PM GMT. I've set it as like a premiere. I think I've done that once in the past, so I'll finish streaming in like a few hours, and then a few hours after that, I'll see you guys around for the premiere of the new video. It's a nice kind of enjoy the decline sort of comfy watch, so I'm sure you guys will enjoy that.
Institute of Human Relations. It was former officer and consulting psychiatrist to the British Army, John Rawlings Rees, who created the concept of the psychological shock troops, or culture warriors, a federation of psychiatrists, which he intended to disperse across the globe to make it, quote, possible for people of every social group to...
Was that Freud there? I thought that was Freud. It's kind of the Frankfurt School. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting.
Intended to disperse across the globe to make it, quote, possible for people of every social group to have treatment when they need it, even when they do not wish it, without it being necessary to invoke law. The Tavistock Institute's influence did not stop simply at social psychology. Kurt Lewin, former head of Britain's Psychological Warfare Bureau, was a German refugee who became the founder of modern social psychology in the 20th century.
I wonder why he fled Germany.
An early consultant to the OSS and an influential researcher with the Tavistock Institute in the area of management thinking and action research, specifically focused on the tactics of managing change within society.
These goddamn European-style socialists. Am I right? No, not play again, you fucking retard. Career menu. Hope I don't have to do that one again. I did beat it. Oh yes, we unlocked the movie trailer. So it's gonna show my my amazing driving skills here.
No organization of the size and scope of Tavistock can operate for long without ample funding. From whom is that funding derived? Certainly no small part comes from the seemingly benign, tax-exempt foundations of the global elite.
I was researching the Reece Committee back in like 1952, 1953, where they went in and investigated major foundations and some of their subversive activities. These foundations put an enormous amount of energy into controlling what is being taught at the schools. And how it's being taught and preparing, using schools basically to indoctrinate children to accept their station in life, to accept a collectivist future.
According to Dr. Lily Kay, whose expertise was...
So what emulator am I using? I'm using a, I think it's called... It's PCX2. Very easy. This game looks like utter ass. This is a good game. I've never played it before though. Yeah, it's super easy to download. You download it, you just have to find like a PS2 BIOS, which again is super easy to find, and then you're good to go. And I use this website for... I use... This is where I get all my shit from. So... Most modern games are bad, so here's your unlimited free games for life. I'm probably gonna do this career, and then I might move on to another game.
Demonstrated in her 1993 book, The Molecular Vision of Life, the Rockefeller Foundation, Caltech, and the New Molecular Biology. The world in which we are living has been molded, shaped, and continues to be directed by an elite establishment of eugenicists, a ruling class fueled by violating the will of others to attain their goals.
Nowadays, almost every adult agrees on one basic goal for all students.
Schools ought to turn out good citizens.
Yes, good citizens.
That's right. Absolutely. This country always needs good citizens.
The real goal was to change America from an individualist system into a collectivist system.
Ah, there we go again.
And in which case it could be merged with the rest of the world, and there would be this great new world.
I do kind of get the frame of mind, because there was still very, as they showed there with the Soviet Union sort of footage there, it's still very entrenched in their brains that collectivism means Soviet Union. Soviet Union means communism, communism bad. So I kind of get that kind of moment in time that they just couldn't quite get over. I'm in a big fucking truck here. Can I just go over everything? Oh yes. Just like that.
An order that we hear so much about in recent years.
The purpose of creating tax-exempt foundations was not just to collect more money, but to invisibly assert influence over the power centers which control the programming of individuals, specifically to breed the self-reliance out of individuals and prepare them for the collectivist lifestyle planned by the ruling class. Their goal, to undermine personal liberty on biological, social, and economic levels.
Where the fuck am I supposed to go there?
They came together and decided what they were going to do with this money was to gain control of education in America, not for a philanthropic purpose, but to change the thinking of the American people over a generation or two.
The globalist social engineers hungered and desired and coveted the power that the liberty in the U.S. had created. They wanted to take it over. And the tax-free foundations wanted to use it as an engine of global domination. And they've done that. And the Reece committees were the only time when Congress stood up constitutionally and demanded all the big foundations come and testify and open their private books. And the Rockefeller, the Carnegie, the Ford Foundation, they all came and said, look, we're here under presidential directive from more than 50 years ago. We've been told to collectivize the United States, to merge it with the Soviet Union. We've been told to make America more compatible with authoritarian regimes, and we're just doing what we were chartered to do.
Until the creation of language, brute force held the key to fear, and thus to the control of individuals through violence and physical aggression. With the innovation of language, the minds of individuals could be harnessed with ideas and beliefs, making less significant the physical dominance of previous generations. This is how,
That's
for
quite
example,
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a crazy thing to say. That's quite like the invention of language allowed us to be not dominated by brute force. I mean, how do you know that? You know what I mean? How do you know that? I mean, I suppose I assumed before language existed, we were a bit more ruthless to one another, but I don't know. It's something about her saying that just sounded a bit kind of melodramatic, I suppose.
example, men of small stature could keep otherwise brave and ferocious gladiators as household slaves, whose deaths could be used for profit and entertainment. Out of the
That film looks
ashes
good.
of
What was
World
that?
War II rose the specter of human experimentation in the form of the 1939 to 1945 exodus of Nazi intelligentsia to continue their research and experimentation under the protection of national security. After being denazified, they were given new identities to live among those against whom they had fought.
We brought Werner von Braun over here and several other scientists, including those that were involved in concentration camp medical experiments, including mind control experiments.
A lot of these guys were, as far as the State Department was concerned, war criminals. They were linked directly to the Nazis and therefore couldn't get visas, couldn't come into the United States. So the CIA set up this series of programs to route everybody around the State Department visa requirements, get them into the country.
Everybody knows about the race at the end of World War II to get Nazi scientists. The Russians wanted them, the United States and England wanted them. And the United States and England got most of them because the Nazis didn't want to go to the Soviet Union, another authoritarian system. They wanted to go to a, quote, freer system. And like an infection, they came to England, Canada, and the United States. And it wasn't just over NASA and rocketry with Werner von Braun and Goddard and others. It was tens of thousands in mind control and torture and
Yes, Operation Paperclip. I think everyone kind of knows the gist of that. It kind of like, listening to this makes me think about what Ted Kaczynski said about scientists, where scientists, when he was arguing the point of something like, do scientists do things because they think they're doing it for altruistic reasons for the greater good? Or are they just more dedicated to doing their craft, their science, for the sake of it, regardless of the circumstances? So he was trying to make the point where someone like Albert Einstein, you know, he's in the, you know, in the good books of history, but he was conflicted that his research was being used for the nuclear bomb, right? And bear with me here. Fucking, I can't do this and talk. So he thought, you know, his research was used for nuclear bomb, and he knew this. He knew the end result would be a weapon of mass destruction. But he decided to continue his work anyways, knowing that would be the circumstance. You know, he was just, it's almost as if the scientists don't really know what else to do with their time other than just their heckin' science. So they always kind of reconfigure to the, they always kind of reconfigure their, whatever work they're doing to whatever situation they're in, regardless. So they don't really have much of a, you know, a loyalty, we'll say. They're loyal to their own personal scientific cause. And what worries me is when we saw with like COVID and stuff like that, when we have, you know, trust the experts. The experts are these so-called scientists that don't really care about us. They don't care about any other kind of like philosophical value. They just care about the numbers and the stats. They purely see us as just bugs. And then we, again, and if some other situation came about where their science is needed for a completely opposite reason, they probably wouldn't even second guess that. They would just go along with it because they get to continue their heckin' science. That's a bad way of putting it, but that's my concern with scientific people. I've actually got a friend who works with I won't say the name, but it's like a defense contractor. He did like physics, got a PhD in physics, and what do you do with a PhD in physics? You work for a defense contractor. I think he works on like lasers. And I was speaking to him about it, so it's like, so what deals does this company have? And I said, is it the Egyptians, the Israelis, the Americans? He said, yeah, all three of them. And I was like, what do you make of that? And he goes, I just try not to think about it. And that's exactly my point. They know that what they're doing is potentially devastating, extreme moral complications, but then they just ignore it because, well, for my friend's case, he spent over like 28 years of his life from the age of 5 to the age of like late 20s in education. So he might as well use it. And he's not going to second guess the morality or the ethics of doing that. Yeah, take the 30 pieces of silver. Because when I've been looking for jobs in the past, some of the jobs across Scotland in like the energy sector I was looking at, a lot of them are relating to the pursuit of using renewables and the sort of climate change agenda and that kind of stuff. And I mean, I can kind of put a face on to be the corporate drone when necessary, but that felt like a step too far that I thought I just can't be involved in this. So I never even bothered to apply for those types of jobs.
Military science and surveillance, and the CIA got modeled to a great extent off of the Gestapo. And so we see really the evil of the Nazis being transplanted back to the United States and England, where the eugenics philosophy that they had embraced had originally sprung.
The Office of Strategic Services, the precursor of the CIA, under the direction of William Wild Bill Donovan and Alan Dulles, recruited Nazi scientists and aided their importation into America. Among them were rocket scientist Wernher von Braun and the aeronautical physician Hubertus Strughold.
The problem that the United States was facing was there was all these German scientists who were kind of in the wind, loose, wasn't clear where they're going to end up. And the French, the British, the Russians, and the Americans were all trying to recruit them.
Germans had developed lots of different advanced weapons. And they'd also done a lot of experimentation on human beings in the concentration camps. So they had a lot of medical data that we didn't have. They had, of course, the rocket scientists and the airplane scientists and all of the rest of it. And Paperclip was our version of going into Europe and finding these guys and bringing them to the United States to work.
What we're missing in the documentation, we have physicians, aerospace medicine people, film people, ball bearings, projectile experts, all kinds of scientists. We're missing from the story the psychiatrists. But there must have been psychiatrists brought over.
Speaking of Operation Paperclip after the war, did you guys hear about Operation Unthinkable? I think that's what it was called. Where after the Germans were defeated, I think Churchill, Operation Unthinkable, they were considering rearming the Germans to fight the Soviets. Which, that could have been quite interesting, but that almost misses the entire point of the war to begin with. I mean, the war initially was going to be between the Soviets and the Germans, but the British got involved anyways because we wanted to save Poland. And then, well, did we save Poland? Did we really save Poland, guys? I don't think Poland was Poland not under another authoritarian dictatorship after the war?
You know, in parallel to Strughold under Paperclip.
German financing came from America, came from Wall Street, and came from
no
American
manpower, that's true. Probably why they didn't want to bother.
Even the political support that Hitler got in Germany was, to some extent, traceable to American influences. Prior to World War II, American financiers, banks, corporations, all decided that there was money to be made in pre-war Germany. After all, they all knew that Germany was preparing to become a military aggressor, and it needed money to construct vehicles of war. They were spending a lot of money designing and building tanks and airplanes and military carriers and things like that, submarines, ships, and there was money to be made. And so Wall Street and some of the largest corporations like AT&T and even Ford Motor Company got very much involved with the Nazi regime.
The experiment that went on became known as Nazi Germany starts in World War I and the Versailles Treaty in Paris 1919, basically giving the Germans the short end of the stick, giving them war reparations that they can't possibly pay, totally unrealistic. Now, this famous German banker named Helmar Schacht gets together with a guy from the Bank of England named Montague Norman, and they create something in 1932 called the Bank for International Settlements. And they use this as a clearinghouse for all the national debts, but really it's being used to launder money. What you find then is that same group, Helmar Schacht, becomes Hitler's banker. So Hitler is totally financed by these people who are making their lives out of pulling the wool over other people's eyes. And at the same time, they want to have the National Socialist experiment to test out the Prussian education system that they're using and about to roll out all over the world.
Following the 1945 completion of Operation Paperclip, the CIA created MK Ultra, a top-secret mind control research project, which was managed by Sidney Gottlieb under the direction of Alan Dulles. The program began in the early 1950s, was officially sanctioned in 1953, and officially terminated in 1973. The program engaged in many illegal, unethical, and immoral activities. In particular, it used unwitting US and Canadian citizens as its test subjects, which led to controversy regarding its legitimacy.
Aren't people saying Ted Kaczynski was the MK Ultra victim? Charlie Manson as well? I'm not really sure. I mean, I kind of get it with Charlie Manson because he was kind of like programmed in a way to see if he could, you know, in his cultish behaviors to get, because he never killed anyone. He just made people kill on his behalf, apparently. For Ted Kaczynski, I'm not sure. I'm not sure people just say that just to kind of maybe discredit him. Is there any proof about his involvement in that? I know he was a mathematics professor at a university. He's kind of autistic. I think just because you're a bit autistic doesn't necessarily mean you're an MK Ultra victim.
MK Ultra involved the pioneering of many methodologies to manipulate individuals' mental states and alter brain functions, including the surreptitious administration
I know
of
it doesn't come out of nowhere, but I just can't think of what it was.
Hypnosis,
that the reason would be
sensory deprivation, isolation, verbal and sexual abuse, and other various forms of torture.
When I interviewed John Marks about Search for the Manchurian Candidate, he said a very interesting thing to me. He had been given 10 boxes of CIA information on a Freedom of Information Act request, not his first. He had been trying to get this kind of information on the mind control program of the CIA in the 1950s, for a long time. And finally, as a kind of a sop, maybe even a joke, they gave him 10 boxes of materials that had nothing to do with the projects except the accounting data, the financial data, thinking that Marks wouldn't be able to do anything with it and CIA would be perceived to have fulfilled the FOIA request. But Marks was too smart for them.
Oh my fuck.
He saw into the financial data and realized what he had his hands on. That this was not only MK Ultra mind control program of the CIA, but it was divided up into many, many, many sub-projects. And he had some of the funding details that provided the foundation for him to move forward in his research and discover what they were really up to.
You're being MK Ultra to live around Indians. I mean, that could just be a huge, it could be a huge experiment going on. Not really sure what the hypothesis is. Maybe it's just to get the whole nation to snap. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there.
Project, and the Bluebird projects, which I think was the Navy one, and they were trying to figure out, can we make a Manchurian Candidate? Can we make a super soldier? Can we control what people think and do and how they act on the battlefield? Can we make somebody braver than they really are? And it was getting up to where they were asking questions, can we create kamikazes like the Japanese had?
In 1994, President Clinton created the Advisory Committee.
And that reminded me of like a clip where it's like they're like testing these like LSD on like British soldiers. See if I can find it. Anyone see this before?
The first effects of the drug became apparent. The men began to relax and to giggle. After 35 minutes, one of the radio operators had become incapable of using his set, and the efficiency of the rocket launcher team was also very impaired.
Yeah, I think so.
50 minutes after taking the drug, radio communication had become difficult, if not impossible, but the men are still capable of sustained physical effort. This man nearly succeeded in felling this tree using only a spade. 1 hour and 10 minutes after taking the drug, with one man climbing a tree to feed the birds, the troop commander gave up, admitting that he could no longer control himself or his men. He himself then relapsed into laughter.
I love the idea. We're going to create the super soldier. This is the key to make the Ubermensch. And then this is the effect. They're just like retards, like laughing around. I like the guy who almost felled a tree with a spade. Imagine, then look at that. Look at that kind of like cut he's made with just a spade. That is some serious physical effort in order to do that. And the only reason why he gave up was probably because he just felt like it, rather than he just thought it was too hard. This thing goes on for like 15 minutes. Nice. Well, the clips out there.
Observers wearing civilian clothes accompany the troop throughout the exercise. By 11:35, troop headquarters is established on the southern edge of the beaches. At 11:40, the first gating this. The sergeant tries to use a map, and they start arguing about their position before sending the prisoner back to troop headquarters.
Has anyone done LSD? Do you think you could do this? Sorry, who do you want me to look up? Interesting book reviewed. Let me see here. I know, I'll save that to the pin. Because I thought about doing some book review. Oh, he's reviewing the Anarchist Cookbook. That's probably not something I can watch. I'm surprised that's on YouTube. 19k views. I feel like if I was to whip that out in the UK, I would get a knock on my door right away.
Meanwhile, radio communication at the beaches has become difficult, if not impossible.
Yeah, I'll keep this pinned. I'll check this out later. I do quite like these kind of like reading these kind of older mysterious books, because I do quite like finding kind of like books you can't get on Amazon.
Men with no specific task to perform have relapsed into laughter and inconsequential behavior, though they are still capable of sustained physical effort. This man nearly succeeded in felling this tree using only a spade. However, constructive action is still attempted by those retaining their sense of responsibility and having a definite job to do. In Redwood at 12:10, Number 1 section makes contact with Number 2 section. Neither section commander feels himself capable of continuing to command, and each tries to hand over to the other. The link-up having been achieved, in the absence of firm leadership.
I think the way the narrator illustrates this, it just like makes it, it's like the deadpan delivery. It's just so funny.
The men begin to drift aimlessly. Eventually, at 12:20, more by individual decision than by command, they decide to return to their firm base at the beaches. Disturbed by the mental effects produced by the drug. In beaches, an enemy walks right through the position undetected. Return.
That's like that, you know, that clip where you're kind of like trying to keep an eye on how many times they pass the ball, and then like a guy in a gorilla suit walks past and you don't even notice that. Did you see that there?
In beaches, an enemy walks right through
That's funny.
the position undetected. Returns and throws a thunder flash. A few men respond sufficiently to capture and search him, but 70 minutes after the administration of the drug, with one man climbing a tree, the troop commander gives up, saying, "I cannot do anything about this. I cannot control the men, and I can take no action myself. I am wiped out as an attacking force."
I am wiped out. I am wiped out. That's a good way to describe like being too fucked up in acid. I am wiped out.
The following scenes were taken while the troop waited for transport to take them back to the station hospital for observation. Relieved of trying to maintain command, the troop commander shows the full effects of the drug, the main signs of which he has managed to suppress until this time.
He just gives in.
Organization of the men was made difficult by the fact that reality had become so distorted for some of them that they became unwilling and even afraid to enter the ambulance and other vehicles.
Yeah, that would be scary. You don't want to enter this like enclosed metal box, you know what I mean? That's like changing from indoors to outdoors, especially outdoors to indoors, as opposed to vice versa. That's very unsettling. So that guy, the expression you use, he has the fear. He has the fear bubbling in him. He's alright though. That guy's okay. He's got the fear. He doesn't know what's going on. Anyways, that's another thing I was kind of thinking about the other day, where we look at these kind of ancient societies who would use kind of like psychedelics, like as ayahuasca or like mushrooms or something, some sort of blend in that way. It would be used as part of like a ritual. There'd be some sort of like initiation and ritual, and it'd be part of this like greater experience as a means of reaching another level of consciousness, blah 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 blah. But these days, it's just people kind of like listening to Led Zeppelin. They don't know anything about anything. And then they just like have this like lethal injection of like DMT right to their brain, and just like completely shatters their reality forever. And they're forever scarred mentally because they just can't, even though they can like quote unquote handle it, you know, their brain has been like eviscerated in some way. And I would guess that that's just not very good for you to do that. Let's go back to Bill Clinton.
Can we create kamikazes like the Japanese had?
In 1994, President Clinton created the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation.
So was that Your Friend Can't Dream Anymore? What was that from Too Many Psychedelics? Because I have a friend and he says his brain is like, it feels, the way he describes it, he says his brain feels scarred. Like, you know, if you have like a physical scar from a wound, he says he has like mental scars. And I would believe it. Like, I've seen people in some states and it's just, yeah, it's not very good. I've only done it. Keir Starmer doesn't dream. That's because he's a golem. That's a difference. Because I've done acid once in my life. And it wasn't particularly strong. And I was camping at the time. I didn't really get any sane visuals. I just remember having those kind of like rapid thoughts. That kind of felt like I was somersaulting in on myself with my thoughts. And I would say the most... yeah, Yeah, I didn't really get any visuals. The only time I got visuals was probably because it kept me awake for like 36 hours. Even though I didn't feel it after that long. I just couldn't sleep for like over a day and a half. So the only time I was getting kind of like weird visuals was from like sleep deprivation. And that's probably why I've not done it again. Other than it fries your brain, it's not good for you, it's dangerous, is... Who the fuck has an entire, like, 2 days to waste? You know, getting your brain to go back into motion? Salvia. I've not done salvia, I've seen people do it. And it's, like, really weird. It's like watching somebody die when they do salvia. Because you literally see them do it, and then all of a sudden, you see the gears begin to change in their head, and it's as if their soul leaves their body. It looks like they literally die. And then for, like, it's not very long, but then you see like the soul come back to them and they're kind of like backing away, but they're not quite. It's almost as if they're trying to re-enter their own body. That's the way I describe it from seeing people do it, but I've never done it myself. I never had the inclination. Never seemed to appeal to me. I've only done mushrooms once. It wasn't technically mushrooms. It was like in Amsterdam. They sell like the truffles. Like, I mean, me and my friends did it. It's actually quite a funny story, actually. Let's see if I get some music on for this. So the story was, we were doing these truffles in Amsterdam. It was like me and like 3 friends. And it goes on a scale of like 1 to 5. So we decided, one of my mates who was quite a, let's say he was into his drugs. He did like the 5 out of 5 one, 15 grams, scrammed them all right away. I did the 3 one, level 3. And I think everyone else did. And I remember we were sitting in this hostel. It was a great hostel. It was so good because it was just like 4 beds, like two bunk beds. So it was just us to 1 room, and they had a TV in the room. So when we put on the TV, we were just trying to find stuff to watch because we wanted to chill out for a bit. And then maybe once we gained our wits, we would maybe go for a walk. And we were watching How I Met Your Mother, that really kind of shitty sitcom. And it's hard to explain, but I was like watching it, and it was not an episode I'd seen before. Like, I very rarely see that show. I'm not sure if How I Met Your Mother's Chuck Lorre, the guy that writes every other show. Like, he writes 2.5 Men and Big Bang Theory. So I was watching this show, and the only way I can describe it was I was able to like predict the jokes because they were so like predictable. Like, I was like, that joke's from that show, that joke's from this show is just a combination of all these shitty jokes in one. Obviously it wasn't all that clever, but I felt like I was able to kind of like literally deconstruct this shitty television show in my brain. And then one of my other friends who, it's hard to explain, he was like playing music, but the music kept sounding really muffled, and I thought, why, what's going on here? So I turned around, and he has like this, like a phone to his ear like this, and he was blasting like it was some like Pink Floyd song. I think it was like some very trippy Pink Floyd song. And then we decided, let's go for a walk. He's like, no, you can't go outside, you can't go outside. I was like, why? We just want to like go for a walk, go for a chill. But he kept us in that room for like another hour while he gathered his wits. And then afterwards, we were able to go for a walk because I don't think he came with us actually. I think he was still a bit skeptical. Bro became Sheldon. Yeah, well, I was like Sheldon brained off my fucking tits. But we had gone back to Amsterdam again, not just to do that kind of stuff. We were passing through, but it never made me want to do it again. Astronomy Dummy, no, I think it was actually something from The Wall, something far more trippy from The Wall. I think it was like, hey, don't leave me now. But again, I don't know how people could do it, because I always feel like, you know, the next day, it's the mental fatigue. I'm thinking, how can people do this? Just to be like totally sapped of energy. So yeah, so I'm not really into any kind of really drugs or anything like that. It's just waste of time, waste of money, fried your brain, doesn't make you cool. That's probably the long and short of it. Oh, thanks for the gifted member. You're the first one to do that. Big shout out. Thank you very much, Genghis Grunt. Genghis Gunt. Thank you very much.
Radiation experiments, which was tasked with investigating the instances of federally funded research using ionizing radiation on human beings. Based on the documents made available to the committee, they identified nearly 4,000 cases of human radiation experiments taking place between 1944 and 1974. This included a series of federally...
Yeah, so I think because you gifted, I think I'm at the threshold where I can get one more emoji. So these are the emojis I've got right now. I'm thinking of having like a... I thought about maybe just having like a Murdoch one. I know I've got a Murdoch Chan, or the Donald. I think I might just having a classic Murdoch one. That could be quite good. Or I had like a CJ, you know, like Carl Johnson from Grand Theft Auto 5. Sorry, San Andreas. So I'm not sure what I should do next, but making the wee emojis was quite fun.
Funded experiments in which unsuspecting hospital patients were injected with plutonium. Many details of MKUltra experimentation were disclosed during a public hearing before the advisory committee.
I'm going to start. My name is Valerie Wolf.
I love these sort of like old school experiments, because these days experiments are like, you know, these kind of like unknown pharmaceuticals. It's got this in it, it's got that in it. I love the old school stuff. Just fucking inject them full of plutonium. Fuck it. See what happens. Just, you know, just eat a gram, just eat like 5 grams of lead. Fuck it. Just see what happens. It's, you know, we don't really experiment like we used to.
In listening to the testimony today, it all sounds really familiar. I am here to talk about a possible link between radiation and mind control experimentation that began in the late 1940s. The main reason that mind control research is being mentioned is because people are alleging that they were exposed as children to mind control, radiation, drugs, and chemical experimentation, which were administered by the same doctors who are known to have been involved in conducting both radiation and mind control research. Written documentation has been provided revealing the names of people and the names of research projects in statements from people across the country. It is also important to understand that mind control techniques and follow-ups into adulthood may have been used to intimidate these particular research subjects into not talking about their victimization in government research.
People talk about MKUltra in two senses. It's kind of like an umbrella term for all mind control programs. But technically, it's just a specific program that ran from the 50s into the 60s. And it stopped in 64. Therefore, MKUltra could not be operational today. But something like MKUltra with a different name surely must be. And I don't think there's any doubt in my mind at all that clearly mind control methods are used at Guantanamo Bay. I mean, there's all the hallmarks of mind control. There's hooding, there's forced sitting positions, there's sensory deprivation, sleep deprivation, all kinds of attacking a person's belief system, sexualizing the interrogation, subjecting them to things that go against their religious faith, probably hallucinogens and drugs, can't document that, waterboarding. So all the components of a mind control program are in place there. The hearings weren't really about that, and the women didn't have solid documentation, but they told the kind of stories that I hear over and over from mind control victims.
So Claudia Mullen and Christine Nicola get up on the stand in Washington and they say, yes, radiation, but it was only one part of mind control experiments that we were subjected to by the U.S. government starting out when we were children. And then somebody on the committee said, from what I've been told by witnesses, pretty much, thank you very much, and now we move on to the next witness. Right. Like, let's pretend none of this took place.
In the 19th century, Franz Mesmer's brand of hypnotism entertained countless audiences, which consequently evolved, both covertly and...
So this is Jimmy the Giant, half Turkish Kurdish. I'm not really sure what his racial makeup is. I think people are... I mean, it's ironic coming from me. Jimmy the Giant, I've made videos, you know, shitting on his takes, but I think people are a bit harsh on him. If that makes sense. Maybe I've been too nice, but I think like with Jimmy the Giant, he's hold on, let me see if I can get... Because I saw a stream, Jimmy the Giant. I saw a stream he did very briefly. I think it was like a few days after I made, or he didn't make a video, maybe a few days after I made a video on him. He was like doing a stream. He was just kind of shooting the shit about politics, nothing too serious. But he was saying things like he thinks he's what was I saying? You know, he thinks, you know, the things in life that should be important is getting a family, raising kids, you know, looking out for your community. So I do, maybe I'm retarded here, because I genuinely think his heart might be in the right place. He's just a moron. Like, in life, I know this is probably a normie thing to say, but I think when there's either malicious or ignorance, you should maybe lean towards people being ignorant than malicious. When it comes to politics, certainly maliciousness is part of it, but someone like Jimmy the Giant, I don't know, I think he's just an idiot. I think he's just not very... I think he's smart enough to critically think only in the realm of what he thinks should be true, as opposed to know what is actually true. He seems to like using his own face in thumbnails. I've noticed that. 700, he's got a lot of subs. Why billionaires want you to be Christian now? It's just so retarded, honestly. The Terrifying World of Luke's Maxing. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking about doing a video of. I didn't watch all of it, kind of skimmed some of it.
Different boy.
Yeah, let's not watch all the way. I'm not going to subject you to all of this. I might make a video on this. There was a bit that he was saying that just kind of made me think this guy really doesn't get it. How can a chud like you get a remote job in Scotland? What, do you want to move to Scotland to then work remotely? Is that what you want to do? Because the job I had beforehand was hybrid. A lot of working here is like hybrid working, you know, a few days in the office. Unless you just, you know, I would say a few women, again, go back to what I said earlier, women who've been working in an office for like 10 years, they seem to kind of get anything they want at times. It's not a diss on women, it's just more of like a diss on people who were there forever. There was like some women who was, were to work from home and then moved back to the office after COVID. And she was just still at home for like at least 8 months with like no reason. I think she pulled like a Sam Hyde, like, geez, dude, my leg, bro, my leg hurts. And yeah, you just get to stay at home forever. Where was it? It was just something about like... Something about Robert Jenrick here.
And trans women from using women's toilets. A while ago, Robert Jenrick walked into like asylum refugee processing facilities and saw that they had nice hand-painted cartoons that the staff had painted to make the refugee children feel more comfortable. He told them to get rid of it because he wanted to make it a hostile environment.
That was such a gratuitous...
This is something I'll probably have to do if I make a video on this video here, because this is like completely irrelevant. Because he mentioned Robert Jenrick, saying Robert Jenrick was kind of mean because he wanted this, you know, asylum place to look like a hospital rather than like a playground. But this guy right here, Robert Jenrick, do you know what he is? He was in the Conservative Party in the UK. While he was in the Conservative Party, while the Conservatives were in power, he spearheaded a... I'm not quite sure what the best way to describe it, because it wasn't really policy, because it wasn't public. It was a secret means after we withdrew from Afghanistan. Yeah, exactly. He spearheaded the movement to bring in, without the public knowing, hundreds of thousands of Afghanis into the country. He did it. It was because of this guy here. Not solely because, but he led that particular movement. And now where is this guy now? He's joined Reform UK, which I've been thinking about maybe making a video about Reform UK for a while, because I think the sentiment is that we we shouldn't vote for them. I know it's kind of a weird one because they feel like the Reform UK at this moment in time, they kind of feel like the lesser of two evils. But that's still evil. But then conversely, if you don't vote for the lesser of two evils, then maybe the greater evil will then get power. But I just feel like we're just going to be obviously slapped in the face with people like him defecting to, you know, the based right-wing party. It couldn't be more blatant. Just when we were maybe a few years ago, when Labour first got in, yeah, Reform is preferable to the Greens and the Labour and all that. I do agree with that. I just think that when Reform was quite new, they seemed like it felt like the alt-right movement initially. It felt like everyone who is not Tory but right-wing, you're in. You can come. But now it's just became this, once again, right-wing establishment, right-wing, quote-unquote, it's a mainstream establishment group. And you could argue, well, they're taking these defecting Tories and defecting Labour people because they've never actually been in power, so you need people who have actually ran the country, for better or worse, into the party in order to give it some sort of, you know, it's an established, you know, just so they have something to do. Because Reform as it stands, they don't really have a concrete plan. But the fact that they kick out everyone who is, for example, they simply don't represent me, because if I was to join the party and they found the YouTube channel, they would ban me from the party. They banned that Connor Tomlinson guy, this guy here. I think you guys have seen this guy kicking about, doing the sort of rounds. He's kind of like up and coming sort of right-wing chud guy who I was actually not really sure about this guy. Something about him gave me like the vibes were off about him. But very recently he's became pretty. Yeah, they got rid of Connor. He's not allowed to join Reform. And there's been a few other people like him of his sort of caliber in terms of his views and being the sort of like right-wing sort of like, you know, beacon in the UK. You're just not allowed to be in the party. So it makes me think, if I would be thrown out the party for my views, then it's very clear that the party doesn't represent me in any way. Dan and Bo, yeah, exactly, the other Lotus Eater guys were kicked out. Which is why the Lotus Eaters is so... So I'm just double check that music too loud. That's why the Lotus Eaters in general is such a valuable enterprise in right wing. That's kind of the point I tried to make in that video about Sargon. The Lotus Eaters is so important. Because things like GB News, that is, you know, the right-wing media. GB News, you know, you guys know GB News. Fuck, I'm being retarded here. Let's just use X instead. You know, the based... Oh, we got a Bowden post there, go back. I think that's the speech that I used.
People say...
Yeah, I've used that speech. You know, the base right-wing group, they've not talked about, maybe in one passing comment, they talked about the Rupert Lowe's grooming gang inquiry. Rupert Lowe is a politician that was kicked out of Reform for essentially being too based. And this is the guy that everyone wants to really... Anyone who's right-wing in the UK, this is really our only guy on the inside right now. Yeah, he's a bit of a boomer. And yes, he's still kind of in what we discussed earlier with the Alex Jones stuff. He's still kind of in that individualism is the greatest good to uphold. But he is, you know, signalling in so many ways of English identity, British identity. Look at just some of the stuff he says. He is pretty good. of as a... Yeah, you've got one conservative. Yeah, Nigel Farage and everyone, they've not at all made comment about this inquiry. Something that Forum said they would do. But they're just not doing anything about it. Hold on a sec. This is something that happened quite recently, actually. Literally the other day. There's a guy, I think he owns Manchester United. Sports ball. Don't really care. In a sort of offhand comment on in an interview, he just says, yeah, the UK has been colonised by immigrants. We were, about 10 years ago, we were a population of about 58 million. Now we're over 70 million. And it's caused like a bit of an outrage in the UK. So let's see what the based GB News has to say about it. Where... I thought they just had a post there. Manchester United chiefs mortified by his comments on immigration. Has GB News not made any comment on it whatsoever? Maybe not. Because GB News tries to walk the line with... He doesn't want to come across as too edgy. Because I think it was started up by... Is it Andrew Neil? Again, it goes to show, again, Rupert Lowe is doing this gripping gang inquiry with this harrowing stuff coming out. And what's GB News reporting on? Snoop Dogg security guards clash with female speed skating legend. Wow, that's really news, guys. They are essentially like a mouthpiece for Reform UK. It is good that they exist, but if you want right-wing... I would say if you guys are wanting to kind of keep up to date with like British politics, what's the kind of feeling on the ground, what's kind of going on, I would say obviously Lotus Eaters that we know of. I would say this guy's pretty good as well. This guy makes quite good day-to-day content as well. Richard IV, if you want kind of like up to date. Again, he's like good daily content. He can churn stuff out pretty fast. So he's got pretty good takes. I'm trying to think who else. Obviously Morgoth is good. I like Morgoth. He doesn't make as many videos because he wants to feed people into Substack, which is fair enough. What's his channel called again? I'm drawing a blank here. Morgoth Review or something like that. Anyways. But then Lotus Eaters, of course. Which... I probably should have front-loaded the video I made. Because if you only... Because the Morgoth Review, thank you. Don't know why that escaped my brain. Because the video I made about Sargon is I think the video's about 19 minutes long. Average watch time is like 7 minutes. So if the average person's only watching 7 minutes of that, it's essentially just me kind of bringing up 10-year-old drama to like kind of make fun of Sargon a little bit. So I should have maybe front-loaded the more positive stuff first. Because I know a lot of people don't really like him in many ways, but the point I was trying to make is... Some people say you shouldn't listen to any, like, online quote-unquote grifter. And I think what they mean by grifter is just someone who makes money in this. But again, if no one did anything like this, we would only have the mainstream media. Would I ever appear on Lotus Eaters? Yeah, absolutely, if they were to ever reach out. But again, I'm just some ankle biter right now. I'm just like, I'm a level 1 slime right now. They've got no business doing dealings with me. I'm still in the starting zone. I'm still in Elwyn Forest right now. You know, I'm a... They would do me a lot of good to invite me on. But again, I'm just some chud. Have to listen to all sides? Yeah, I would say to listen to all sides to an extent. I mean, it's sometimes good to peer inside to what the other side is thinking, because that's why we have the truth on our side. Because we can actually put ourselves in the other person's shoes when making arguments or formulating our own opinions. And a big part of that is because we were raised, or the majority of us were raised, in a left-leaning liberal society. So before everyone got red-pilled, you're all left-leaning liberals, myself included. I might do a whole video of my red pill journey, because I always think my red pill journey is just so basic and so kind of unoriginal. But I kind of briefly touched upon it in the Sargon video, and a lot of people were saying, yeah, that's very relatable, it'd be good if you expanded on that in some way. So maybe it might be worth doing, just kind of talking about how I kind of went from, you know, from watching the Young Turks to Gamergate, and then from, again, I'm trying to piece the kind of into my brain how it all kind of like spiraled down. Unironically, the oh, there's Ricochet, how you doing? Sarg, yeah, he avoids that particular question. I think it is an optical thing they do. It's optics. Because you have to bear in mind as well, someone like Fuentes and the kind of like right wing that's growing in America, it trickles down into the UK. So in order to have what maybe someone like what Fuentes is saying, it was going to take a few more years, I would say. Because our right wing is still very much co-opted by people like Tommy Robinson, who is a bad actor. I would say something like Tommy Robinson, like if I was to make it, I have kind of made a video about him a long time ago, one of my older videos. I would still need to give him some level of credit, but even then there's a caveat of the credit I'm giving him. Because he frames himself as, I was the guy, I was the reason why the grooming gang scandal actually was exposed to begin with. But that's a lie. I kind of get why he says that. It's kind of like how everyone who's right wing, they say, I'm the most cancelled person in the world. No one's more cancelled than me. You know, Alex Jones says that, Fuentes says that, Andrew Tate says that, Milo Yiannopoulos would say that, fucking Dave Rubin said that, I'm the most cancelled guy. You know, fuck these people. They, in that sentiment, I mean, you know, they frame themselves as the most cancelled. But Tommy Robinson would frame himself as, I was the reason why this was exposed. But that is a complete lie. It was actually, I think it was Mark Collette. Yeah, BNP were doing it. Mark Collette and the Nick Griffin, they were doing it in 2004, 2005, I want to say. And then they were actually convicted, or they were charged with hate speech, had to go through the courts, had to go through that mess. And then nothing really came of it, from my understanding. But that opened the window for someone else to kind of pick up the torch. And who better than our Judeo-Christian ally, Tommy Robinson. He did do good work on the grooming gang stuff once that picked up a bit of speed. He did shine a bit of light on it. I can't take that away from him as the years went on. But he just scams his audience. What was that thing he made a while ago? Was he not doing like this is years ago, and I know he does a fundraiser every weekend for something, because he always gets himself into legal trouble. Did he not like do a fundraiser a long time ago for another grooming gang documentary? And then he went silent for a long time, and then he actually used the money to go to Israel to make a documentary about how the Israelis are being oppressed or something. You either die a hero or long enough to become a villain. That's probably true in many, many ways. I think, it's kind of like, I was thinking about this the other day, because my friend who's got a channel, he does like food stuff, I won't disclose that. But in like TikTok, everyone will kind of like beef with like one another. And it's not real beef. And it's kind of the same with like online pundits. Having a beef with somebody, people think, oh, they're having a drama. But it's just wrestling. Does anyone watch like wrestling? Not now, or maybe back in the day, or did you see that South Park episode about wrestling? It's all about storytelling. It's all about who's the babyface, as in the good guy, who's the heel, who's the bad guy. And it's, wrestling. Online discourse is wrestling. And that is it. Never break kayfabe, exactly. For me, it'll be hard because I'm trying to be, I'm not trying to be anyone else, trying to be authentic. I mean, sometimes I'll try, you know, you have to be at least a bit edgy. But imagine like Logan Paul or the Paul brothers are a good example. Because the, that's a good, hold on a sec. Yeah, the Paul brothers are a good example because everyone hates like Logan Paul and Jake Paul. But over time, they're kind of winning people over because they are so popular. They're not... You can't be hated by everyone to be that popular. But they've like tapped into the essence of what people... What farms engagement. If you try to be liked by everyone, if you try to be the family friendly, I love everybody, I want to be everybody's friend, nobody's interested in that whatsoever. You have to... I think... And I was fully aware of that when making videos where... There's going to be a section of people who despise it. But that's the point. You have to make stuff that what you like, and not everyone has your tastes. And so you need to kind of like prod, you have to kind of poke the bear a little bit. You need to have a bit of edge to you. A bit of kind of like, you know, say what you like, say what you feel. And I try to do that within the YouTube guidelines, it will say. I think that's a good way of framing that. Oh, he's fucking apologized. What a... I hate boomers sometimes, honestly. Just when we thought we had a based boomer on our hands, he's fucking apologized. Jim Radcliffe has apologized for saying Britain has been colonized by immigrants. I am sorry that my choice of language has offended some people in the UK and Europe. It is important to raise the issue of controlled and well-managed immigration that supports economic growth. Honestly, again, never... I would say... Yeah, never apologise if you're trying to appease the mob. I would say it's fine to admit when you're wrong sometimes. Like, let's say if I was to say something just like I made a mistake, or I don't know. I feel like that's one of my. I feel like one of my personality traits is being able to be humbled in a way, being able to kind of like accept that I'm always open to learn and find out new things. I never claim to know everything. But that's mostly based on like something that's black and white. In a situation like this, he said that because that's how he felt. And to own Manchester United, he's not an idiot. So I feel like he has just capitulated. He's been told by many people, maybe people even above him, you're gonna have to reel this back. And so he is... Yeah, this is just gonna be people... Yeah, this guy is... I know of this guy. I think I follow him on Telegram, actually. He's like a Belgian guy. Sent to jail for hate speech. Based. Never apologized, never apologized, shouldn't have apologized. Non-apology. Yeah, it's... That is... He's in a worse off position than he was. Come on the show Friday. Maybe actually, I'll put a pin in that. I'll need to... Because I'm going to take my missus out potentially. I know it's Valentine's Day. Is it Friday? Or Saturday, I mean? I think I might be taking my missus out that day. But I'll get back to you soon on that. That could be quite good fun actually. We've not spoken for quite a while, I think, actually. Also be on Rumble as well, so I can let loose a little bit. But I'll get back to you soon, okay? Jailed for being based. If you got to jail for something, that's probably the best thing to go to jail for. What's the British guru Piers Morgan saying about this? Legitimate debates to be had about the levels of UK immigration is too high, and the number of people not working claiming benefits also too high. But they can be had without descending to we've been overrun, colonised. Again, that's just cuck behaviour to say stuff like that. It's like our civilization's being destroyed, but we shouldn't say it too loud because it sounds bad. I mean, we're literally in a battle for our civilization right now, so we really shouldn't be worried about how it sounds. Where's this playlist came from? This is just like random music I've listened to, I guess. Oh, this is good actually. This is like a bit of a teaser. I used this song in the new video. I think it's got a badass kind of vibe to it. Is it this one? Hold on. Yeah, I think I only used like maybe the last half of it actually. Love me some Silent Hill music, and the Silent Hill music while playing over scenes of rioting. That's just a vibe, right? It just makes everything so much more engaging. BitChute's banned in the UK. If I was to go and... Does BitChute still actually exist? Let me show what happens when I go into BitChute. It's over. VPN. I used to have one on my older machine, but I need to get a new one. I want to get a VPN sponsor. Like, I need to get like a... That's probably the easiest thing to get a sponsor for, because who else would like sponsor VPNs other than people who are... Let's drop my... Microphone came out a little... It's made out of pure Chinesium, so I'm not surprised that didn't happen sooner. I think we're back. Oh my days. Whoa. I paid like £10 for this piece of Chinese metal. I expect it to be of the highest quality. Brave is the best browser. It's alright. I have to admit, when I try Google stuff and Google Images, when I search images, it's quite shit. But it's alright in general. Oh, that's a great tune actually. I thought about playing Doom on stream, that'd be quite good. But I was thinking we can maybe play a bit of now that we've kind of like gone off the Alex Jones one, we can maybe change vibes. I'm thinking of maybe watching this old school Mark Collette one. Yeah, it was Channel 4. He says he does regret doing this. But you need to live and learn. Yeah, it's my favourite Doom tune. Never actually beaten Doom. I have played it a good few times, but I never actually, you know, played it all the way through. But it is timeless for a reason. Odyssey's underrated. I like Odyssey because I never really use it that much, but Odyssey's good because one, it has that ability to kind of, when you're on your phone, to like the screen can move around. You can download videos straight off of Odyssey as well. That's really good touch. And it generally just kind of works, doesn't it? Devin Stack's on there. He's on Rumble as well. Somebody said I should watch like a Insomnia stream Devin Stack video, but again, I can only do that if I'm streaming on Rumble, which I've not done yet. Again, I meant to do it the other week, but I was way too busy. I thought about doing it today, but out of sheer laziness, I've not tested it yet. I'm pretty sure it's as simple as hitting a button, but I've not actually done it yet. So we'll stick a pin in that. I think what I might do one day is do a stream, maybe like a Saturday, where we listen to stream for a bit, and then we'll like move to Rumble later on during the stream. So for those who don't know, Mark Collette is leader of Patriotic Alternative. He was a member of the BNP, which is the British Nationalist Party, which was the last real right-wing party. Jonathan Bowden was a member of the BNP. Jonathan Bowden is the guy who is in the speeches I've uploaded before. If you guys want some super inspiring speeches, I would always recommend probably this one, the first one I uploaded, The Speech Every Right-Wing Man Must Hear. Such a profoundly good speech. Really pulls everything together, whether you're pagan, whether you're Christian, whether you're atheist. That is such a great speech. And he was also a member of the BNP as well. So let's have a wee listen. Oh, if you're wondering, I'm playing on a private server where you can like spawn in bots. I'm actually playing by myself right now. Still technically online, so people can join and play. So if anyone is... You can also play in Horde and Alliance, so if anyone wants to play with me, it's free. Feel free to jump on.
Confrontation, BNP candidate Mark Kite squares up to protesters outside Leeds Town Hall. That is quite a good picture, actually, isn't it? What do you think to the picture?
Yeah, very good.
That picture, though, I've looked at the picture, mate. That is it. I just look like I'm really dealing with those protesters there. It looks so good.
Mark appeared to think a lot about looking good.
Do I look big enough to be lifting weights?
Yeah.
He's a fit physique. I wouldn't say muscular by any means, but I suppose he's like only like 20. How old is he here? Like 22, something like that. I mean, back then I was probably like way lighter than him. I was a absolute runt.
Yeah, you do. From here you look very big, Mark. 4 times a week he worked out in his basement. He was keen for me to film him.
That's funny. It's like, could you film me, get some reps in, please? So I can check my form later on. That's funny.
By now, Mark had begun to talk more intimately to me. He was seeing a woman he was very fond of, but she was unhappy about his membership of the BNP.
Ah, boo.
If it came to it, and you had to choose between her and your relationship with the BNP, what would you choose?
Oh, that's basically, if she can't deal with the fact that I'm in the BNP, if she can't deal with the fact of who I am and what my beliefs are, then that says she's a pretty shallow person who's looking simply at the...
I have very little women advice for you guys. I've only had like 2 major relationships in my life. I had like the classic teen love when I was like 17. That lasted till I was like 20, almost 21. And then I essentially went in like monk mode from that age to like 26, 27. And I've been with my now girlfriend since then. And she's like way smarter than most other girls because she didn't go to university. Because I know some people, some friends who their girlfriend has gone to university. And trying to like, you need someone who's not been programmed, honestly. And just someone who's like open to you and your ideas. And because your ideas make perfect sense, they just eat them up like that. So, and again, if you live in the real world, you don't even need to kind of be political. That's one thing I would say: never be political with a girl. In the sense, you can talk about things about what life is about and da 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 da. But I think it was a Sam Hyde clip. It was like a Sam Hyde bit was like, hey, I gave her that copy of Mein Kampf, she even finished it. Like, oh. If you want like to talk about that level of politics with somebody, then you need to go out with an autistic man. That was a great point. But if you go out with someone who, I mean, for me, it was a class, she was like she worked in a shop, now she works in a cafe. So you don't want someone who's working in an office, you don't want someone who has been institutionalized. You want someone who's just been in an innocent life. No drama. Good relationship with parents. And you just simply can't go wrong, really. Because university doesn't just program girls and guys as well, I suppose. It kind of just like warps our... It simply just... It acts as like a debuff. University debuff. That can't be undone. But my door is going, bear with. I'll play this, so.
Side of life the media throws up. She's not really looking at me as the whole package. She's taking one thing and blowing it all out of proportion. I think if that was the case, really it'd be an issue with her, not with me.
So the BNP would win in that case?
It's not about winning and losing. It's about, my life's taken a certain path, and people can either accept it or not.
He seemed almost convincing, but I wondered if making that choice was really going to be so easy. Early summer, the World Cup was at its height. We went to a local pub to watch England play Denmark. Mark wanted to be seen as an ordinary bloke, watching the footy and having a beer. He may have felt at home among the painted faces and patriotic chants. But no one here supports the BNP. Except for Mark and a handful of his mates. But Mark is always on the lookout for possible converts.
6% of Britain is non-white at this time. We are the majority, but that will change. Sooner or later, we're going to be a minority in our own country. There's no way it happens.
I reckon in 20 years' time, we're going to be a minority.
Well, basically, the BNP is just like what we say. It's like vote for us, and we're like the voice of Britain. We're like the voice of work.
So the guy was at the door just delivering a package, and the dog had to say hello as well. I was like, you might notice the dog looks like a bit of a shaved rat. She had a bit of a haircut right now. Come on, say hello to the people. Oh, she's just... See her down there. Oh, she's tired. Oh. Again, that's one thing we live with a girl. You always get these mysterious packages being delivered of just all this like random shit. You don't know what it is. When the door goes, you can't just ignore it like I would do if I was living by myself. Doors, and you know, my strategy in life would always be if the phone rings, never ever answer it. Never answer the phone. If it's important to leave a message, I mean, unless it's like a family or something like that calling. But generally speaking, never ever answer the phone. What else? The door, never answer the door as well. That's probably about it.
Mark clearly enjoyed being filmed, but I'd been aware for some time that there were things he'd say only when he thought the camera was off. As the match went on, he began to confide in me. This time, I decided to leave the camera running.
We're like grains of sand on a beach, yeah. Your soul is like a grain of sand, yeah. And there's certain grains of sand that aren't grains, they're rocks. I mean, does it have a star or whatever, so it never gets swept away. And their souls are only kept alive by one thing, and that's other souls remembering them, other souls worshipping them. Hitler's still alive, right? So's Stalin, so's Churchill. Hitler will live on forever. I mean, maybe I will.
I mean, maybe the last part might not be true, but everything else he said was pretty true, right? That's pretty normal. This guy sounds like he had some Mandy. It sounds like he's had quite a few drinks at the very, very least. If he was a Mandy, he'd be talking twice as fast. And he'd be way, way more annoying. That's another drug as well that we didn't mention earlier. That's something that I've, in my university days, done a couple of times. And again, you just can't really do it. Because the next few days are like... I know I made the debuff joke already, but that is a fucking debuff. You know, all attributes, you know, minus fucking 7. You're fucked. Your brain is just totally fried. So, never do that again.
Mark's comments in the pub raised more questions about his...
What's my absolute favourite weapon? Do you mean absolutely in general, favourite weapon? Because that's a very broad question. Do you mean like in World of Warcraft, fantasy weapon? Do you mean maybe just like any weapon in history? Because I would need to split that up in terms of, am I going to pick a gun? Or am I going to pick like a medieval weapon? Or would like a SR-71 Blackbird? SR-71 Blackbird, would that count as a weapon? It might do. I would say it's between the Zweihander and the SR-71 Blackbird. I know it's kind of like the absolute extremes. But I think that's what we need to decide on. Because if you imagine this is something I've also thought about, where people talk about returning to Rome. People talk about rekindling our ancient past, which is fine to an extent. But I think in these days, we shouldn't really be thinking in terms of Rome. we should be thinking in terms of the SR-71 Blackbird. Because this is like the absolute peak of, you know, the achievements of the white man. This is it. This is the peak. I think Rome definitely has its place. I'm a huge Roman fan. I love Roman history. Lots of books, got a map above me. But we live in a modern world, and we can't stop the fact that we live in... That's a wrong music. I thought it was Mass Effect. Never mind. So because we live in modernity, we can't go back to like a Ted Kaczynski-esque Luddite realm. So we need to embrace another tradition. We can take Roman aesthetics to an extent, but we have to think rather than rebuild Rome, we have to rebuild SR-71 Blackbird. That is it. How much is one of those? Quite a lot, probably. Apparently, that the way the fuel tanks were made, it would be, because it would go so fast, that it was designed in such a way where when it would fly, the fuel tanks would warp. So they purposely made the fuel tanks not fit properly. So if you filled the plane up, it would literally leak fuel. Because it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like sealed shut. Only when it's flying at whatever speed it flies, then it kind of like keeps itself together. And the Zweihander, I must admit, I love that German Zweihander. That is just a peak sword. I can't deny that. That is just so aesthetically cool. I kind of wanted a Zweihander, but it's too big to put on the wall above my bookshelf. I settled for like a bastard sword. A Zweihander, I think I would need to have like going long ways, but I really have other things to buy rather than fucking swords. So that's in the back pocket. When I make it, guys, when I make it and I'm thinking like money is just coming in, I'm like the king of the chuds, then I'm going to put money towards buying a Zweihander. So when I've made it, you'll know.
His true beliefs.
Such a mess. Such a mess.
So when I went
Scottish Claymore, it is cool. I love the Scottish Claymore. But the Zweihander's just something about it.
Almost immediately, Mark began to talk candidly. His views were so distorted, I wasn't sure how to react.
The normie doesn't know how to react to the absolute mega bomb of red pills. I had this idea for a video that there was this guy at work who we spoke sometimes. We never like, you know, meet up after work or something, but we were friendly to one another. And he's just sort of like an atypical normie. He would talk about how he just does. He literally says how he doesn't understand or bother to look into anything. He's just a sort of family guy. And I mean that as in a family person. He's just a dad, works, supports his family, does all that stuff, doesn't pay attention to politics. But he wanted to go to the gym with me one time, and we've not done it yet. So I've been thinking about, it'd be funny if we went to the gym and we like did like a recording, and the video would be called Red Pilling a Normie IRL, and essentially we would just be doing like a back day or something, and at the same time I'm trying to like, you know, program his brain with like red pills in real time to see if that would work. So I don't know how that would pay off. I would probably need to blur his face, maybe. I don't exactly. I've not really put much thought into it, but I thought that'd be quite a funny video.
Black men are, what is it? It's like 60 times more likely to have AIDS than a white man. Really? Their genes, by nature, are more sort of promiscuous. I mean, I remember at the time when AIDS first came out, my dad said it. He said at the time they should just have got the first couple of weeks with AIDS, dragged them off hospital, bullet in the head, and just forgotten about it. But at the time it was like, oh no, you got to treat them as human beings. Blacks, drug users, and gays all have it. So really, I've got no problem with AIDS. But I would call it a friendly disease.
Back on camera, things were very different.
You getting the music?
Yeah, what music is that?
He was, again, he knows he made a mistake to kind of let them in your house and all that sort of stuff. You should not do this. Even Nick Fuentes made this fault. He was contacted by a guy called like David Wolf, which I won't need to say any more than that. You can just look at his picture. You can do like a phenotype check. It's pretty clear. And Nick let him into his home, met his parents, and they just completely did a character assassination on him. I think it was called, what was that called? Because that could be a fun documentary to maybe watch. Because they didn't release it till years later. They like kept it in their back pocket till much, much later on. So this is a mistake. People like us need to know, if you're ever contacted by the media in some way, unless you pull some sort of Sam Hyde-esque punk on them, which needs, you know, not everyone could do that. That's all. That's the only thing you can really do.
This is a band called Shutdown.
David, again, I don't know the guy's name, but I forget specifically who he is.
Everyone cuts themselves at least once when they're shaving, but I only realise that I will look quite
What's going on here?
nice to avoid that. I don't think really I've lost sort of like who I am in like the politics at all. But I'm not big-headed really. I'm not like not those footballers and people like that.
Yeah.
You get like a second division nobody footballer, and he thinks he's the boy and swaggers around and like twats people in town and stuff.
Ooh, what's that?
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not really become a or anything.
That's a great upgrade.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
Do you reckon the comedy Homer Simpson boxers are the ones for today? Is it that kind of day?
It is, yeah.
It's not a day for the serious silk boxer shorts, is it?
No, I think it's a Homer Simpson type day.
What Sam did to iDubbbz was calculated, yeah, I think, and very clever. What I loved about that is you got like 4 hours of content, because you got the iDubbbz one and the Sam Hyde one. That was great content. I loved that shit. That was just so well done. The content like that comes like once every like 5 years, maybe a decade. That was just so fun.
Do I get a shot of my body as I drop the town?
Go on then, yeah.
No! Why did you go away?
I was getting a sense of Mark's private theories on race. But I wondered, if pushed on camera, how explicit he would be.
Well, white people across the ages, for 40,000 years, different races lived in virtual isolation around the planet. In those 40,000 years, some races went on, well, the white race went on to create civilization, beauty, poetry, music, paintings, all of such wondrous artistic merit.
I'm not sure quite how you would break up the definition of white race.
What is white? What even is white, Mr. Murdoch? Or as Sargon said, what is the prescriptive definition of white? Can you tell me what is white? Is Lawrence Fishburne white?
White, well, basically, it's like this. Across Europe, there were small variations in culture. Like Germans have slightly different, similar national dress. French do as well. Slightly different food. Like we have more potato-based meals, where the French have pasta-based, and so do the Italians.
Right.
In France and Italy, there's a lot more pasta-based dishes, isn't there?
Sure. So if there was a wave of French and Italian immigration into Britain?
Well, the thing is, there isn't really waves of white immigration. Whites tend to stay more or less put, and they have done for the past 1,000 to 2,000 years, other than, say, like, Roman Empire and stuff like that. But mainly, they've stayed more or less put.
So where do Jews fit into this?
Oh, wow, whacking the usual questions, get the Jews in there.
No, but I mean, I genuinely intended not to ask it, because I know you get asked it all the time. But
this is a boring question. Do I really have to answer this?
You do, because they tend...
Well, Jews classify themselves as a race of people.
But they're white.
Well, Jews actually... The Jewish community classes themselves as a race. Jews are slightly darker skin tone than whites, slightly sort of... They reign...
That's a bad argument he's making. You should just ignore the whole skin color aspect, because I think that's what we need to kind of evolve past, which most of us have, but that's what needs to be injected into the mainstream, which I think is actually happening, because it's not about white people, it's all about the like in the UK, the English identity, the Scottish identity, it's all about identity. So we're kind of like using the language of the West, of the left, of identity politics against themselves. Because if we have a defined identity, which is more than just a colour of skin, then that's how we truly shift the paradigm. Because I think still a lot of boomers, they still can't see past that. But they'll happily engage themselves as being British or English or whatever.
Sort of slightly lighter than Arabs, but not usually as white as light skin colour. There's many different facial definitions.
Differences.
Differences to define them away from, say, a traditionally Western European look.
Right. Okay. And that's recognisable.
I think it's highly recognisable for people who are genuinely Jewish of racial descent. Yes.
People
Holy
like
fuck.
me.
All the loot.
I'm Jewish by racial descent, but Mark hadn't realised.
Big surprise, eh?
I thought, that's it. That's lung cancer that's caught up with me. I've lost the chance of grandchildren, probably. And there's still so much I want to do.
If you want to stop smoking, call 0800
I was like, what the fuck has this got to do with the documentary?
169 0169.
Oh, we get some old school advertisements as well. Let's just let these run.
Every day, Royal Mail helps save.
Oh, for fuck the post office though. Can't be fuck with that. That's only 2 ads, isn't it? Never mind. Never mind.
Since you was 11 weeks old. Mom.
Don't film now.
Yeah, go on, it's nice.
They're not dressed smart enough.
At least clean up your fucking room, come on.
I don't believe he's saying that about me. I'm not dressed smart enough.
Knowing they were close, I'd been keen to meet them. And they, it seemed, were keen to make me one of the family.
Oh, right.
So he's Uncle David today.
I was going to say.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Only 2 ads? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
YouTube has more ads than that now.
There's a similarity with the nose, isn't there?
Oh, shut up. Actually, it does say.
There is actually, David.
On campus at least 1.5 hours before your ceremony is due to commence.
Yeah, people claim that Mark is Jewish because he's got a large nose, but that's just the way, I don't know, that's just the way his nose is. I've got like a Roman nose, I've got like this definitive bump, I think. I don't know. It's not huge, but it is large. I've got a very long face, so it's fine.
That, this has been a dream of yours or something? Yeah.
Yes, it has been a dream of mine ever since he was 11 weeks old.
Really? What happened at 11 weeks old? Why 11 weeks old?
Well, I telephoned the local prep school.
Oh, really?
And put his name down at the prep school, and that was the start of it, really. And it was my dream, yeah, definitely.
So you're excited?
Am I excited?
Yeah.
Yes, excited and proud. Let me look at you. You look
What do you think
wonderful.
of the tie knot? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's lovely, darling.
Okay. Let the day of family fun commence. Yeah, I've got a couple of.
You do need to kind of give it to him for being like this young, this kind of like go-get attitude in terms of like politics, way before social media was even like a thing. You need to give him like some credit there, because I know he's a bit of a divisive character for one reason or another. But again, he's like a Sargon of Akkad character. You know, there's the people like him. They're not going to be perfect. They never will be perfect. I'm certainly not perfect. So there's, if anything, when it comes to people like Mark Collette, Sargon of Akkad, their worst enemy is actually other chuds who want to like bring them down. Rightfully so. There's going to be some people who deserve to be like, kind of like, shouldn't speak on behalf of people. You know, infiltrators. I think, again, Tommy Robinson is my biggest example. But some people are. Ricochet, you're not a big fan as well. I don't think you've told me exactly why that might be. Maybe if we have our our chat, you can maybe disclose your side. Because I'm still kind of, I don't know all. I mean, everyone, there's so much drama when it comes to like online politics, so you can only pick and choose the drama that you're actually aware of, not care about, actually be physically aware of. Because there's some stuff that I still don't. What was it the other day? There was something that kept on going around that I've just completely tuned out. One thing unrelated was that Will Stansel show. That show that people say is really good. It's like a right-wing chud thing. I know so little about it. I've not seen anything about it. But I've seen people mention it in like the Murdoch videos that I've made. But it's just something that's completely flown under the radar for me. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's very funny. Fair enough. I'll take your word for it. You saw Zeitgeist when you were 18? That was... that Zeitgeist documentary back in the day, that was like... I think I saw it after I was like semi-red-pilled. So when I was watching, I thought this is just like normie tier containment propaganda, if that makes sense. Emily Eucas, that's another person. I've seen that name around. I've no idea who she is, what she does. She's got a show as well. Guys, I don't fucking know anything. I watch, again, I watch some, the political, I watch people that I sometimes watch from back in the day, and I just watch like fucking slop. When it comes to me, I just like to watch fucking, I watch like a 2-hour video about like hidden secrets in Dark Souls. That's the sort of shit that I'll like, you know, you can't be too obsessed in like this kind of sphere. It's too blackpilling. You can't be on Telegram and Twitter all the time. So for me, it'd just be like Game Slop, or, you know, 1999 to 2002 WWE or WWF back then, stuff like that. Or me and my missus, she likes to watch like streams. She likes to watch like Lemmy or Jerma or something. And watching someone who's just trying to be a funny person and just know not political shit, it's just like, it's just a great escapism, I would say.
Minutes? Yeah.
On the way to the university, Mark gave an impromptu newspaper interview.
Are you doing an article about me? Good. White people across Europe are all being put down, and they're all being betrayed by the.
That's based. A fucking newspaper calls him up, and he doesn't go through it. It doesn't go through like a secretary or a handler or set a date. He's just beside his mum talking about demographic replacement. I wasn't paying attention there. He's that's funny. That's good.
The same kind of breed of politicians who all stick
just goes into his other mode when, like, he's on to his party bit now, isn't it? And it's not always we see that side of it. Now.
Made by Jim Bob? No, never even heard of it. Never even heard of it, sorry.
I have occasionally when he's been at home during the
Sunday
holidays.
Times.
Oh.
What's that?
He says it's the Sunday Times. I mean, it's another left-wing paper, isn't it? The Times.
It is indeed.
Hello, it's me.
After collecting his 2-2 in business economics, Mark joined his peers for a class photo. He'd achieved notoriety on campus after surviving a campaign to expel him, but watching him on his last day, it seemed that he'd won few friends here.
Classic chud energy. You don't give a fuck about being liked by people.
See their dreams come true in their children, do they? So I just think I'm so lucky.
But I think there are a lot of parents, you know, that agree with you that it would be a dream to see their child go to university, but they may feel very uncomfortable about them working for the British National Party.
I'm not uncomfortable with it. I sometimes feel worried for Mark. Well, I think the British National Party are misunderstood.
They've been painted black all of the time. The majority of things that the BNP talk about, the general public, I meet a lot of people, all say exactly the same thing, but they say it behind closed doors. I would say we're probably middle to probably middle of the road to a little bit right wing, but not not massively right-wing, are we?
Well, I would say we fall very heavily into the silent majority category.
Yes, we do, don't we? That
And I
is
genuinely
absolutely brassed off with what's going on today, but
feel helpless.
But feel helpless.
But keep paying for it all.
The British National Party.
I feel like a jam skit. Yeah, you can tell that you can tell those two are quite happy with one another. That like Mark's parents, they seem quite jovial. They seem quite like, finishing. They seem quite in sync. You can tell they're pretty happy together.
Is considered by a lot of people to be a racist philosophy.
Is considered by a lot of people,
Yeah.
and that's precisely it.
And she's standing up for her son, so it's a nice, wholesome family vibe here.
Is considered.
But can anybody give us any conclusive evidence that there's racist overtones there, or that there's any racist agenda there?
Well, I mean, their stated aim is that they'd like an all-white society.
Come on, you buggers, don't let me down now. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, okay.
It sounded like I got you there, but I'm curious what the response was. It might have just been sort of wishy-washy, sort of like Boomer, kind of like, oh yeah, but this and that and da-da-da-da. You could just say that's not racist. You could just say, well, they say that, but it's not a racist thing to say that. You have to turn it back on its head. So maybe they did say that, but they left it on a cliffhanger to give the impression it was like some sort of like fucking boom, Channel 4 slam dunk. Take that, racist.
Mark walked away from student life and straight into the arms of the party. Within weeks, he was on the payroll, working for the BNP full-time.
Organisation is key, David.
As well as running the youth wing, Mark's on the BNP's advisory council, deciding party policy. He's also producing local leaflets and organising the Bradford operation.
If people want the BNP pens, get them now while you still can. Have a nice day.
But Mark's new relationship with the party has come at a price.
There you go, love. Have a nice day. Sun's just come out for you.
That girlfriend he was so fond of doesn't want to see him anymore.
Good riddance, am I right? You either remain a chud, or you become a simp. That was his options. And I think he took the right one.
Did you love her?
Did I love her? No. Well, can we not just... She gave me a choice. She was like, leave the BNP for me, basically, and we'll, be together. No way. You know what I mean? If I respect somebody, there's no way I'm going to leave what I love and what I believe in for them. If I did leave the BNP, how many people would be let down? Just to iterate, I'd never leave the BNP for anyone ever. I'd never even contemplate it.
Mm.
If you took a look at her life and started acting in a sensible, normal way, I think, she would be a very nice girl.
Can you not think that she maybe thought exactly the same about you?
No.
As well as taking on new party responsibilities,
Fucking
Mark's
sick of my
moving
move there.
house. The BNP will be paying the rent. His new home is in a better part of Leeds, where there seems
A better part of Leeds? What the
House.
fuck?
the BNP will be paying the rent.
Guys, come to the UK. You could be living here. You could be living your best life in Leeds. That almost has no words, that place.
His new home is in a better part of Leeds, where there seems to be a strong sense of community.
That's a very subversive thing to say, the strong sense of community. It just means the people who live here shouldn't be here.
I feel that there's absolutely no way you can sledgehammer that door. I'm seeing big widescreen TV there.
All related. Yeah, it's a one big family. And by that they mean literally, yeah, everyone's all related. That's very good.
Original Star Wars trilogy around there, what do you reckon?
Oh, gross.
Oh, this is a bad pool here.
I think it's quite nice. It's feels more of a community around here than where you are at the moment.
Yeah, maybe so, but not a white community.
Mark seemed prepared to tolerate the diversity of his new neighbourhood.
I think we've all felt that. Tolerate the diversity of where you live. I think that's just a given. Unless you live... I mean, I'm pretty sure a few of you guys live somewhere where it is pretty tranquil and whatnot, but everyone else, people like me, people in the fucking... I'm in the Western Front, I'm in the fucking trench here, I'm in the front line. I've got the fucking bombs coming over me, I've got the mustard gas hitting me on my side. I see exactly what it's like.
But that night, while out drinking, something happened that he found harder to swallow. I went to talk to him the following morning.
There were a couple of things that upset you last night, weren't there? Well, there were those two girls we were talking to.
Oh, it's just you see a nice fit blonde bird getting off with a big black guy, you think you stupid little white slut. That's what I think. It's like a fad, they think it's cool. To them it's an
That's real chud energy there, that's the most chud thing he said so far.
accessory, like a Gucci bag. I just think, you brain dead white slag.
But don't you think she just found him attractive?
The particular one we're talking about.
Well, fucking, I love his reaction.
No, you see, no.
I'm gonna cheat in this game right now, like, just to speed this up, I can summon in 5 more guys. So we're gonna turn this dungeon that's 5-man into a 10-man raid. So we're gonna steamroll this whole place.
I failed to see what anyone could find attractive about him. I really do, it bemuses me. It really does bemuse me. Oh God, I could do with a couple of extra hours in bed this morning.
After a manly bonding session, some drinks, the Channel 4 news team move on.
That was my newscaster voice.
That was very good. Do some of your other impressions then.
I do my Alan Partridge, that's my... but I have to think of a great Partridge. I like the one where he's walking down the street singing Goldfinger, that's quite good. Goldfinger. I'm not going to do it.
Go on.
I don't do any of my Partridges. Goldfinger. He's the man with the mightiest, a spider's touch.
Mark and I shared an affection for Steve Coogan, but later...
By London, no, Scotland. Sunny Scotland. They say it's rained every single day in the UK of this year. And I tell you what, I believe it. I honestly believe it.
In the drive, he began discussing another of his heroes.
I'd love to meet Johnny Adair though. I'd really like to meet him.
Johnny Adair, otherwise known as Mad Dog, is Belfast's leading loyalist paramilitary, convicted for directing terrorism. Mark saw parallels between Northern Ireland and Northern England.
Do you really think that some Oldham and Bradford could become like that?
Yeah, definitely. I just think there will be. I think there's going to be a lot of bloodshed, to be honest. It's going to be a big mess. Asian gangs are attacking white lads and driving them out, but it's only so much will the white community take. And with the economic slump coming as well, when it all hits, there will be militant gangs of lads formed around people like me, and then I will eventually become, in essence, not a Johnny Adair or Billy White maybe, but I will become leaders that people will cluster around in those areas.
Yeah, never IRL fed post to a leftist journalist. That is, again, this is many, many years ago. This might not be such widespread knowledge, but I think it needs to be repeated. The never fed post in front of a left-wing journalist. Never fed post really in any circumstance. What you think is an edgy joke is, the opinion of a judge, it is terrorism. So that's my advice for the day. I probably had some other words of wisdom today, but I've already forgotten.
And people will, fight alongside me. Hiya, Nick. How's it going?
Mark's unguarded disclosures were becoming more frequent, and in the days to come, they would become even more extreme.
There's some adverts. We have an advert with a white man. And a white man who's not a Homer Simpson or a Destiny-like figure. An actual, just man.
Kodak EasyShare digital camera and dock. Transfer at the touch of a button and your pictures are ready to...
Whoa, look at that fucking thing. Jesus Christ. That is a fucking... That is a machine. That is a machine.
Email or print. It's digital photography made simple.
Share the moment, share life.
Okay.
Carefully finish.
Yep.
National Party branches. It was on these long drives when Mark believed the camera was off that I'd been getting real insights into his beliefs. On one trip, he started talking about Hitler's Germany.
National Socialism was the best solution.
I mean, when you're on a long car journey, sometimes that's a conversation that just has to come up, right?
British people in 2002. When people say, do you take any inspiration from that? I mean, I honestly can't understand how a man, who's seen the inner city hell of Britain today, can't look back on that era with a certain nostalgia and think, yeah, those people marching through the streets and all those happy people out in the streets, you know, saluting and everything was a bad thing. Now, I honestly can't see how anyone can look round on this, like, on this nightmarish society in places like Bradford, Birmingham, and think, you know, Germany.
I mean, guys, if Mark Collette came to your door and said, listen, you're my top guy. I need you. You're my top guy. Would you go with them? Would you bat for Mark Collette?
Germany in the 1930s was worse than that, because it wasn't, was it? You know, honestly though, would you prefer your kid growing up in Oldham and Burnley or 1930s Germany?
I mean, the thing is, a lot of people say that it was fine as long as you weren't Jewish in Germany in the 1930s.
Yeah, well, you know, fair enough, but from my point of view, it must be from your point of view, you know, it would be better for your child to grow up there, wouldn't it? Yeah. And we all know that the Jews had given the German people a bit of a whipping, and one of the thorns that people felt were in their sides.
I have decided, or I've not decided now, I've decided earlier, this stream will be unlisted after this, so you can get your fill now. This will not be published for public or ad revenue. I think that's probably the safest bet.
Look, I'm going to level with you. I'll never say this on camera, yeah? And you can say this to whoever you want, because it's true. The Jews have been thrown out of every country, including England. There's not a single European country the Jews have not been thrown out of. And let's face it, David, when it happens that many times, it's not just persecution. There's no smoke without fire.
August, and Mark has joined in the preparations for the party's biggest annual get-together.
Was Mark on iHypocrite? I'm not sure. I only found iHypocrite like, it must be like 6 or 7 months ago. I'm not sure how I stumbled across him. I saw some of his older videos, advertised to me. And I was watching him. I thought seems like quite a cool guy. And then he invited me on his show. I never spoke to him, but he invited me on his show because I'd contacted him. But he contacted me because I'd made those like Murdoch videos and stuff like that. So I was on his like little kind of marathon Murdoch stream, which was fun. There was way too many people though. Like I was on at the start, which was fine, but way too many people joined. I couldn't even get a word in to leave, so I just like abandoned ship. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go. But I don't really know anything about iHypocrite's history. I don't know if there's beef or drama or anything, so I just went on his show because why not, right?
Together, the Red, White and Blue Festival being held in Lancashire, its new heartland.
Can you see that, man? Oiling the Nazi machine,
Several hundred of the faithful are expected.
Yeah, iHypocrite made like a video literally titled "Why I'm Racist." And see, when I'm trying to make a video, right? Maybe I'm just too much of a pussy, but I'm like thinking, I'm too like algorithm schizo, sort of like algorithm junkie. So I'm not gonna have a title like that, or I'll try use certain phrases. You know, I'm just trying to be. I just don't want to be banned, right? So, but again, what I've said before, my kind of videos, I can say things in a way that people know what I'm saying, and it's more palatable for people who are maybe on the fence in a way. Will you get thrown in prison? Nah. I'm too tall. I'm too tall to go to prison. They'll like let me off. Kind of like that clavicular guy. He like didn't get to go to jail because he's like just a white sort of schizo autistic Chad. He can get away with anything. And maybe me to a lesser extent. But if you think you can get away with anything, then you probably can. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die here. Oh fuck, this is not looking good. Shit. Take a potion. Take the threat off me.
For this celebration of British culture.
When I was told I was going to work for a political party, I didn't expect making urinals to be on the job list.
Site foreman is the party's leader, Nick Griffin.
There he is.
So it's sort of, you know, so that.
Again, I don't know the drama of Nick Griffin. I know there's all sorts of internal stuff about how he spearheaded potentially to get Jonathan Bowden at the party. I think they tried to then say Jonathan Bowden was like a paedophile or something. And then I don't know. I mean, what Nick Griffin says all seems to be fairly normal stuff. But again, people like him and maybe Mark and all these other people have been on the scene for long enough. There's just baggage and stuff that people can't ever get over. That's something I made a comment about in my Sargon video. I mean, I have no controversy, I have no drama, I have no interactions with people to cause drama because I'm, you know, just a small channel. But anyone who's been on the scene, it's something I've considered as well. Anyone who's been on the sort of scene for like a long enough period of time, what we discussed earlier, there's going to be wrestling. There's going to be wrestling. There's going to be drama. There's going to be something. So, you know, I'll be ready. I'll be prepared. I think in just like in life, if you go out looking for trouble, you'll find trouble. I'm in no business to look for trouble or anything like that. So we'll see what happens with me. But as I said, as a level 1 slime, it's really not my concern right now.
There to there. Yeah. No,
Okay.
shy people, huh? Okay. Mark is one of nature's live wires. He throws out more ideas than we can cope with at any one time.
Yeah, can you stop chucking the stakes in the shit?
Sorry.
Any movement which has got conviction in the cause attracts people who are like-minded. He's got the potential to be one of the very, very top.
In sort of the future, what do you see his contribution to the party developing into?
I don't know. I suppose sometime down the line in 10 or 15 years' time, with luck, I can retire and he can take over. Some people are
What could have been?
it's like a comet that does a huge amount and is very visible for a year or so. Other people are still here in 20 years' time. I have a hunch that Mark will still be here in 20 years' time.
He was right. Not with the BNP, but he did do his own thing. And I think what Patriotic Alternative is doing, I was initially in the sort of boat of like, it's not doing anything, it's not trying to be a party, it's not making any kind of moves. But actually, it's better for it not to be a party. It would just be a waste of time. I think being a sort of organization like that in itself can become like a pressure group in a way. And if big enough, which it's not right now, that's what can kind of like shift momentum. Because if you think about what Nick Fuentes says about the Republican Party, you know, the Groypers are going to band together. They're going to make sure Vivek Ramaswamy, whatever, doesn't win Iowa. You know, he can essentially push demands to kind of force the Republican hand to at least kind of capitulate. Whether they'll do it and actually do it or fake it, I don't know. But that's something we kind of lack in the UK. We lack any sort of like outside political pressure group to actually have an impact on politics. Let's see. We were A-logging iHypocrite and he started talking about his time at Chabad. Yeah, he I like watched one of his videos and he said that he was like got into an argument with someone because somebody called him Jewish and he had to make it very clear that he's not. Is he ethnically Jewish maybe? Is he a Reformed Christian? Because he seems to be kind of like in the sort of like trad cath kind of like realm now. Which, if you are Christian, then to accept kind of converts in a way, that's kind of part of the deal, isn't it? Again, I'm no real expert. You seem to know all the drama, Rico. You could fill me in on your side of the story, and then I can make my own judgments on things. I do love a bit of drama. Something about even us working in the office, drama is actually like a very kind of like bad thing in a way. To get gossip and that sort of stuff, it's just not good for you. But it's hard to like sometimes not. Like I speak to one or two people from my old job, and I always just need to ask, what's the gossip, what's going on, what's happening, who's done what now. It's always just good to get a little bit of that, isn't it? Because then you can just say your piece about these people you don't care about, and then move on. Maybe drama that you're involved in, different story, because your life is consumed by it, and you think everyone is paying attention to you and your drama, when really it only concerns you and a small circle of people. I think that's what really fucks up people who are like in this online space as well, where they there'll be some sort of disagreement or a bit of minor drama, and then they let it eat them alive and they go insane because they think that's all what people are talking about, when really people don't care. They'll read some gay shit on Twitter and then just like scroll past it. That's the extent of it. It's kind of like that Elijah Schaefer and his what was the thing? Elijah Schaefer and that girl he was fucking, that other like e-girl. I mean, that's kind of like drama that, okay, I'm aware of it, whatever, but it's people who continue to like peddle it again and again, or continue to seek it out to consume it because they just love kind of seeing people be destroyed. They love people seeing turn into like lol cows and stuff. But then again, it's been peddled by people like Milo Yiannopoulos, who is like a sort of like, he's just very parasitical. That's the only way I can describe Milo. Hold on a second, I think my door's going again. Just a dog. I think she wants to go out soon actually, so I'll probably need to like wind down. Probably can't finish this dungeon because I took the dog out quite early. I was up at like 6:30 today for like no real reason. So I took the dog out a bit earlier. She's been out for another pee, but she needs to be out pretty soon. So I'll kill this boss and I might just call it there, but we'll see.
Preparations for Red, White and Blue. Mark treated me to a preview of his latest marketing idea. CDs of his own ideological speeches. His first work is in story form.
Hello. Our tale begins.
Would you see if I was to like shill some merchandise rather than like shilling like a mug, which I've thought about? Would you guys buy like a CD of me like just like absolutely unloading a cascade of my worldview upon you? Would you guys listen to that?
A young man by the name of Tim awoke one morning, and as he watched the morning news...
Tim's a student who's told he's sick. He paid a visit to an evil doctor called Goldfinch, who just prescribed mysterious blue pills that made Tim feel worse.
Goldfinch's greedy dark eyes stared intently at it.
People don't have CD players. That's true. My laptop, my computer, nothing takes a disc.
Analogy became clear.
That's ancient tech.
And all over the white nations of the world.
That's maybe why it'd be funny. Maybe I should like put these streams onto like audio format and sell it as like a record, an LP record. So that'd be pretty good, wouldn't it?
Millions of people are asking, why multiculturalism? Just like Tim asked, why the blue pills?
A kid could understand that, couldn't they? I mean, you give that scene to a 12-year-old child, and they could draw the conclusion from it. But you can also give it to a seasoned activist, or a new activist, or an intelligent person, and they'd be able to gain something from it too. What a beautiful day.
Part rally, part summer camp, Red, White and Blue kicks off in high spirits.
You get down like a sack of shit.
They look like they're having a good time. British countryside in the summer. That looks cozy. That looks good. Make DVDs and sell them like David Icke. Yeah, I could sell them in person. The only way to get my merchandise is you need to come to like a specific random location in Scotland, which I'll sell you like a sort of merchant in like Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. That's the only way you get my wares.
Mark's brought his new girlfriend, Sue.
Where's Sue gone? Sue, have you seen my black t-shirt?
He's also brought a job lot of his new CDs, but they're not selling well. Fortunately, he's got some support.
That's the Odal rune. Odal, is that right? I'm not so sure, but I think that's what's in my brain of the Odal rune. Odal rune.
From Amy, his sister.
I got the looks, he got the brain.
She's taken over the marketing.
Odal rune, yeah. I remember there was some like Republican press conference, and it had like the way this stage was designed. It kind of looked like an Odal rune, and I think like CNN made like an entire hit piece about how it was some like dog whistle. We just can't have any symbols. It's pretty gay. The symbols are powerful. Kind of shitty loot. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can speedrun this last bit so I can take the dog out. The Berserk rune. Yeah, I saw people with like the Berserk rune tattoo in their neck. I think that's just like really cringe. I don't know why, it just doesn't look good at all. Berserk's one of the few... No one's asked me the anime question yet, whether I watch anime. I would say no, but I have seen some animes. I've seen Berserk, which is very good. I like Cowboy Bebop, that was good. What else have I watched? Samurai Champloo, very good as well. And then I've watched... What else have I watched? I watched like a season and a bit of a Initial D with one of my friends back in the day when we smoked a lot. That was good. That was good visuals. That was great visuals. Kind of a weird storyline eventually, and then the stories just repeated. Technically, I've seen the what's that one called? The very trippy one. Evangelion. I have technically seen that, but I was back in the days where I was smoking a lot. So I don't really have much of a memory of what happened, especially the last few episodes, which were very, very trippy by definition. But then even in my state of mind, there was no way I'm going to get it. I've only ever done it with another show. Me and my friend binge watched when we were smoking a lot. We watched like Trailer Park Boys, the animated series. And I'm not joking, I couldn't tell you a single thing that happened. I couldn't tell you anything that happens in that show. But what I will say, Trailer Park Boys, seasons 1 to 7, that is peak entertainment, peak TV. That is amazing.
Watch your backs. Just come right in.
The Anti-Nazi League is here too, doggedly trying...
You think they'd get some better slogans by now, or chants, I mean, that's all they seem to do. And look, all the signs, just like they are back then and now, all the signs are the same. Made by who knows what, their version of Hope Not Hate back then. And they're just, I mean, why are they there? Why ruin their little camping trip?
...to unmask its adversaries. While the BNP claims to have ditched its pro-Nazi image, The protesters say the transformation is barely even cosmetic, and if you know what to look for, there are coded displays of the party's true affections.
Small, yeah.
The Odal rune, chosen by Mark as the logo for the young BNP, was adopted by sections of the SS, as was the Laban rune, seen here on Sa.
Yeah, it's kind of like any sort of European symbols that were adopted need to be thrown in the bin now. That's just such a bullshit kind of like mentality that needs to be looked over. Because maybe I'm a bit too LARPy in that way, but I think symbols are very, very powerful and important and need to be kind of like rekindled and maintained. They're more than just a couple of lines on a piece of paper. They are kind of the essence of a people and how they tell a story. You know, before I would argue before language, before even a proper written language, it was symbols that were used to tell stories. So these symbols have far deeper meanings and history that even we can probably comprehend.
Ladies' t-shirt. They appear to be innocuous, but on Starkey's shirt, 8 stands for the 8th letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, that's true. People do dilute it. I guess that's the same with any sort of like movement we have, any sort of like, you know, as you know, when the alt-right was kind of like its little bubble, you know, its little kind of edgy bubble where everyone kind of knew what was what. I think it's what Nick Fuentes is facing now because he's becoming more mainstream. His audience doesn't really understand nuance, or like the new audience doesn't understand nuance, and just kind of you know, he speaks in a way that he, as if he's speaking to like me right now, to like 50 to 100 people. He'll still speak on stream as if he has that kind of like small niche audience. But I think that's the only thing you can do. You can't just like, you can't change your message because you think people aren't going to get it. You kind of speak to the audience you want to cultivate, not to the one that you want to pretend is going to listen to you when really they don't know what you're talking about, and it's just going to be a total mess, if that makes any sense.
Heil Hitler. Other signs
What was
are
that?
obvious.
Was that Kanye West saying that?
Inside the big top, party members settled down for an afternoon of political speeches.
Am I tanking this? What the
Mark
fuck?
was supposed to be first up, but he's having a last-minute wobble.
Shit.
I can't open a meeting when I haven't even written a speech. No, okay. I've got sore throat. I'm debating whether to even speak or not. So I'm barely talking. Well, I'll put you on a bit later.
Kind of sick. I'm back.
A young girl tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned around and looked at this creature, a dreadlocked white slag, who called... And she said...
That wouldn't get a round of applause these days, because back then it was that kind of like edgy, kind of like anything like that can go. And I think that's the thing we face now, is like so many people are being quote-unquote red-pilled yesterday that they're so obsessive with saying things are edgy and quote-unquote red-pilled and based. And it just sounds so like, I need to kind of, yes, we know, we need to get over it, yes, 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 we know. And then that makes people like me who might say that as like, oh, you're just trying to like hide the truth. It's like, no, I just don't want to hear the same thing fucking 50 times already. What can I delete here? What can I delete? What can I delete? Delete the box. Come on, look at that. There we go.
I was a Nazi and I was motivated by hate. So I'm not motivated by hate. I'm motivated by love. Love for my culture, my heritage, and my race. And she said, white people don't have culture.
That's right.
She said,
That's
white
right.
people don't have a history. We've stolen it all from the non-whites. And she told me she had a non-white boyfriend. And him and his kind, they're enriching this country. And I'll tell you one thing. Over 40,000 years, her boyfriend and his kind have achieved the same level of culture that our ancestors had
when we shared this country with the woolly mammoth.
The speech was based. That's undeniably based. Gotta give him that. Again, how old is he here? Like 22 or something like that? You know, something like that has been on the scene in that way.
It turns out that Mark had little to worry about. The rabid nature of his speech was always going to make it a crowd pleaser.
Guys, if you made a speech like that, would your mum give you a hug straight afterwards? Just think about that.
The BNP, Nick Griffin's nationalist army, now believes it's marching towards power, inspired by its electoral success.
And guys, we have Nigel Farage to thank for destroying the BNP. His proudest moment, apparently. That was his proudest moment in politics in the UK. He says his proudest moment was being the reason why the BNP fell apart. This is why we can't really trust this guy.
But to me, this organisation is no army, or even really a political party, more a fundamentalist movement.
Farage did it. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you enjoyed him. Mind you saying, Rico, you enjoyed Murdoch with your family and stuff. That must have been so fucking wholesome. How did Farage do it? I think he did it by establishing UKIP. UKIP essentially channeled the right-wing energy into a lesser sort of, you know, a more palatable right-wing. And then through that, he built UKIP up. UKIP became quite popular. And by that, I mean Farage himself became quite popular. And then UKIP essentially, and I think BNP had some inner sort of struggles and inner sort of like falling outs. And there was a point where the BNP had a very large vote share. Not very many seats whatsoever, but a large vote share that was concerning. But Farage comes along, does UKIP, sets things back, and then UKIP has the thing of having a large vote share. And that then forces the EU referendum. We get Brexit. Farage takes a back seat. The UK declines, continues to decline. Farage kind of comes back as our establishment saviour. So we have that to look forward to. But I think I will make a video about reform. I'm at the point where, see, if this was like a year and a bit ago, I was maybe making a video about why I might vote for reform. In the sense that I think, you know, it's changed in some way. You know, it's going to be a different colour. It's not going to be dark blue or red. It's going to be this lighter blue party. And pardon you, the dog just barked there. But I don't know. I just it's kind of like, do you vote for them knowing they're not going to be who you want them to be, as a means to at least force the pendulum? Because once, let's say they come into power, right? And then they sell us down the river, because that's what they're going to do. Will that then create a vacuum for another right-wing, realer right-wing, to kind of come up to be more right-wing than them? So we've got the Tories and Labour, Reform's kind of coming more to Tory. So if they come into power, they'll fail us, then something else can then become the real right wing and try shift everything ever so slightly that way again. Yeah, Rupert Lowe, he's the only man on the inside right now. But yeah. I think we'll be wrapping things up. So anyone got any last comments, any other words of wisdom, anything we want to add? As I said, in about 3 hours time, I will be premiering a new video. So stay tuned for that. We have where am I? How do I get to my channel? We've got this to look forward to. Still live. Yeah, live for about another 30 seconds. So we got this coming out. It kind of gives you a hint of what it might be about. I kind of put some kind of teasers in the thumbnail. Craziest Riot I've never heard of. This is actually the third and maybe final time. Actually, I can't admit that. I can't say that for certain. But this is the third time I've used CJ in a thumbnail. We've got, let's see actually. Because I've got... Yeah, the CJ with the oh shit, here we go again. CJ dead, wasted. And then CJ just like looking into the camera, which I've upscaled a little bit. So maybe I need to stop using CJ so much. This one was San Andreas inspired as well. That's Officer Tenpenny and his like sidekick guy. I forgot his name. It's like a Polish name, I think. But I have to admit, I really like the thumbnails I make. And there's my Mark Collette one. That was actually just a picture of him. The Mark Collette one, that was like a picture of him just on stream. And I just told like AI, can you take this image and turn it into a soy jack? And I was literally the first one, so I just used that. Clickable thumbnails, yeah, you gotta be bait. You gotta lure the people in. So yeah, I quite like making the thumbnails. We hit 17,000 subscribers, that's pretty good. Hopefully by the time I'm going away, I've got my flight booked 24th of March. I think I'll be back kind of like early July. I'll still be making content and stuff. But hopefully by the time I leave, my goal is to hit maybe 20,000 subscribers by then. So I've got about just over a month to get another few thousand. I think that's possible. When did I start the channel? It was like November of 2024. Is that right? Oldest. A year ago. Yeah, I just wanted to experiment just making some random stuff. So you can see the kind of the thumbnails aren't as good. It's just kind of a very kind of just gaming related stuff. Well, this one's not gaming. That's kind of about that Roman Empire meme. Some gaming stuff. That's my first political one. That's a good video. I always wondered why that didn't get that many views, but only when I got monetized on YouTube and I looked at this video, this has been flagged for like not suitable for like many ads. That's why you know it's good. Some gaming ones. That's the first kind of like political one I tried to do. The microphone quality, that's fucking terrible because I bought a new mic, which I don't have anymore because the mic was bad, and I was like reading into it the wrong way. But I didn't have time to do like another reading of my script because I was needing to do my recordings before I started work, and I didn't have another day until next week to do the recording. So I thought, fuck it, we're just rolling with that. If you want this, the work, do you edit them all? Yeah, I do everything myself. My mentality, my workflow used to be, I would get an idea for a video. I would then, let's get some music on. I would then, let's say I got an idea on Tuesday. I would maybe get a loose script created Wednesday. And then I would do a recording before I started my shift working from home. And then I would just edit the video throughout the day while working from home. And I would just get it out that day. I would not waste time with the videos. I would just churn them out. I would just get them out. What did you miss during the stream? You just missed us watching a bit of an Alex Jones documentary. We watched a bit of the Mark Collette one that came out like fucking 20 years ago now. I said the stream will probably put onto unlisted, so if you don't have the link, you'll probably lose it. I made some video game retrospectives. I might make another video game retrospective. I don't know how that would. I always kind of worry if I just make something kind of out the blue, no one's gonna watch it. But I don't know, would anyone want to watch something, some sort of like, one of those like slop videos about like a retrospective about a game they love? So I think that's something I might do at one point again, because I like that sort of shit. That's my Tommy Robinson video, kind of shitting him to death. My hair was a lot shorter back then actually as well. Tired of winning. That's a funny video. I like the wake in that one. That women police officer video, that was good. That was funny. That was a good political one. Sam Hyde one. Some book reviews. The Murdoch videos, as you can see, the Murdoch videos have all been kind of like privated, because one got flagged for like hate speech, so I kind of shat myself and like decided to private them all. Well, they're all on my Rumble channel. If you want the Murdoch stuff I've made, they're all on Rumble now. I think I've got a few Murdoch ones still here. I've still got like the one where they were cameoing. The book review I've still got. Also, see this thumbnail here, this one. This like George Floyd one. Does anyone know the Easter egg in this thumbnail? Because some of my thumbnails have Easter eggs. Do you recognise what is the little George Floyd plushie sitting in front of? What is that? Does anyone know? Do I know Millennial Woes? I don't know him personally, but I did do I was on Millennial with him. So if you want to see my interview with Millennial Woes, you can see that there. What else? The background is actually the wall. The background of this one, the Floyd one, it's the... Yeah, it's the Floyd wall that got struck by lightning. Well done. That's a great, yeah, well done. What's your name? Gallard Bonnie, yeah. The mural that they built for George Floyd. So I found this, I found like the plushie. So the whole kind of like thumbnail is like as if it's like a voodoo doll. He like squishes the doll, and then the George Floyd mural gets destroyed. What else have I got thumbnail wise? That South Park one was good, because it just reminded me of that episode. Yeah, the thumbnail started to improve quite a bit after this kind of like phase, because I learned that a trick for thumbnails that I've done. I didn't come up with this, but I didn't learn it from someone. I just kind of like realized that when doing thumbnails, like this one for example is a great example, is if you have something in the middle, like a person, then you can have two separate images on the side that blend in together very, very well. So I've been trying to utilize that a lot more, like the Bowden one here. People say this was my best thumbnail. The multicultural, the George Droid one. People seem to like that. I quite like... that was an easy one to make. I wasn't really sure what to do about this one, the Israeli one. But just when I had that, I was literally in the shower. I had this like abstract image of that's what I need to do, that's what I need to create. What else we got? Yeah, that's all we've got so far. So a thumbnail game's on point, I appreciate it. Yeah, the thumbnails are funny. So yeah. My small little channel, it's interesting to watch it kind of grow in a way, because when I first make a video, you got like 2 or 3, but then when I look back on it just here, it's just quite, it's interesting to see that I've created so much in such a short space of time. Some of it good, some of it mid, some of it not that great, but some of it I'm very proud of as well. So hopefully I can continue making good thumbnails, good videos, good content. Hopefully it can become more of a realistic means of survival. Because once it becomes that, it's not just going to be grinding videos out. It's going to be, how can I scale up the operation to be at least semi-professional? Because, I mean, it could work. It might not work. It might be one of those things that doesn't work out. But it's kind of like, why not just take the risk and just wing it? Because I've already have the proof of concept. You know, I can talk shit into a microphone. When I make my videos, I don't need to use AI to make scripts. I try to do that. See some of my like this one. I tried to use like some AI to flesh out the script, but it just sounded so shit. I'm actually removed that video. But then I just realized I may as well just, I can't do things off script. I can't just like free flow on the microphone. Which is funny because I know I'm kind of like freestyling right now, just talking this shit with you guys, like talking to myself, talking to my monitor. But just if I'm in the frame of mind of recording and doing one of these videos where I'm reacting to clips and then making commentary over it, it doesn't really flow that well. But that being said, I still don't actually I still don't put much thought into what I'm saying, if that makes sense. Like let's say the video I've made today, it's another kind of like review of like kind of a riot and going through historical footage. So I'll compartmentalize all the clips. I'll put it into a way that looks like it could flow into a video. And then I'll simply just watch a clip, write down what I want to say, and then just move on. I don't really review it. I don't really go over. I don't try to flesh it out more. I just think that's my unfiltered opinion. That's what it's going to stay as. So I think it just sounds better that way. You could do a video on Asmongold's arc. Good idea, actually. Because people seem to like the Sargon one, because that got quite a few views. Because people love sort of internet kind of like lore and people. So Asmongold could be a good one, actually. Because I have watched Asmongold quite a lot, because I'm a Warcraft fan, so I have seen him kind of evolve. But I don't think he's really evolved per se. He's only just embraced the political sphere, which he took it at face value. And he's never really had this arc of being a libtard. He's just more embraced politics as part of his entertainment. And through simply scrolling through Twitter, one can't help themselves. And having Hassan Piker as your arch nemesis, one can't help become based. You know what I mean? Although it could be a different video than an arc. It could be the impact of Asmongold, the importance of Asmongold, because what Asmongold represents is the sort of like humble Chungus, I want to play video games and be, do my own thing. So maybe I could talk about the importance of him and how he, from a humble gamer chud, is kind of shaping the minds of young people in many, many ways, isn't he? Yeah, I would say he's good. I think Asmongold is one of the type of guys who he just loves video games and he sees it like he says it. He's not interested. He likes Lord of the Rings lore, he likes World of Warcraft lore, but he's not super invested in, say, real historical lore. I think that may be a bad way of putting it. I might kind of like, I think he is intelligent, but sort of like, say, philosophical nuances, that's what I mean. He's not quite in tune with that, which is not necessarily the biggest deal, because if you have an audience that's so broad and mainstream, it's not that he's appealing to the lowest common denominator, he's just kind of saying things that are so easily digestible and palatable that, because even when you look at some of his, maybe because he's so popular you can just get away with it, but his like videos are like titled some insane shit, like or at least his editor channel, his Asmongold TV, is this the one? Like trying to think which one it was. Yeah, making videos on Pizzagate and that kind of stuff, or just reacting, it's yeah, maybe I should do more of that sort of content. That's easy to churn out, but I want to keep things, maybe I should like, because I have more time, I should flesh out the content where I can still do the sort of like high production, or at least high production for me. I know editing style is kind of like, it's rusty. I think it's got a good appeal, but it's kind of rusty in a way. I could probably churn out more videos that are not necessarily as time consuming to make. I could do myself a favour that way potentially. That's for sure. Too much stream slop? Yeah, no, he's just... You pick and choose what you want to listen to in him. But,
Shooter drill! Is the active shooter trans? Did you identify their penis? MTF or FDM makes a big difference. Reaction time. If they're FDM, they have slower reaction speed. If they're MTF, you might be in trouble. A lot of what goes.
I will leave it with that, guys. That was some solid words of wisdom. If they're a FTM, you might be alright. But MTF, you're going to have to watch out. Okay. I made you an overlay. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, do send me that. That'd be quite good. Is an overlay that kind of like rocks in with my kind of like theme, because I quite like the kind of, you know, the like, I don't know why I'm pointing at my screen. You can't fucking see what I'm pointing at here. Where it's like, you know, game here, video here, me down here, or something to that effect. Because that's kind of like what I like kind of doing. But whatever you set me, I'll definitely check out. That'd be much appreciated. Nigel said Big Chungus. Zweiheinder's a Swiss sword. A Swiss sword? I thought it was Germanic. A German sword. Oh, we sword up there. I think it's the dusty sword I've got. Probably getting a bit dusty. Need to oil it or something. See you next time. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go take the dog out. Thank you very much for watching. And we're going to call it. How do I fucking end this again? There we go.